Chapter 1587. Lin Yuan's Fake Carriage. Hu Quan had finished forging it a long time ago. However, there had never been a suitable fei to pull the carriage. Only then would it work. It was a fei carriage made of completely jade-textured wood. He had never been able to put it to use. The Moon Empress gave Lin Yuan 12 heaven-fragrance beauty butterflies. When Lin Yuan saw the imperial armored martial god insect, a strange insect, his eyes lit up. He decided to use the royal armored martial god insects to pull the fei carriage. Previously, at the pinnacle class 4-dimensional rift in the coiling Dragon Valley, Lin Yuan had captured the royal armored martial god insect. One of them was a mutated royal armored martial god insect. Black steel wings appeared on his back. This time, he went to see Lin as his Holiness Hui Yao's disciple. Although he didn't need to wear the moonlight royal robe that his master, the Moon Empress, had replicated for him, he didn't need to wear it. However, the grandeur that should be said still had to be said. Lin Yuan exited the diamond fei storage box. He took out the fei carriage that he had previously forged. Then, he released the royal martial god insect in another diamond fei storage box. The heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly was controlling the royal armored martial god insects. The heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly had already given the order to the royal armored martial god insects. The royal armored martial god insects listened to Lin Yuan's orders. He wanted these royal martial god insects that were like Gundams to be truly obedient. It could steadily pull a fei carriage in the sky. Lin Yuan still had to release the heavenly fragrance beauty butterflies. Otherwise, they would be separated by a layer of space. The heavenly fragrance beauty butterflies' control over the royal armored martial god insects would weaken. This mutated imperial armored martial god insect clearly had a higher intelligence than the other imperial armored martial god insects. However, the higher the intelligence, the harder it was to control. The heaven fragrance beauty butterfly was only a diamond fei. It was still a little difficult for him to control the emperor armored martial god insect, which was comparable to a myth 3 fei. However, the mindfulness whale was here. It could help these heavenly fragrance beauty butterflies advance to myth breed as soon as possible. At that time, he could even let the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly. It could control an alien insect that was comparable to a creation breed fei to pull the fei carriage. In any case, the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly had switched targets. It was as simple as drinking water. Since this one was eliminated, they could just replace the next one. 12 heavenly fragrance beauty butterflies landed on the forehead of the royal armored martial god insect. The 12 monarch armored martial god insects were under the control of the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly. He took the initiative to put the lock of the fei carriage on the inner armor on his back. Immediately after, the fei carriage pulled by the 12 steel angels also appeared. He arrived directly above the return from Faraway Manor, for pairs of huge black wings instantly condensed behind him. As his wings flapped, he flashed. He entered the fei carriage. At the same time, a small red spider appeared. It also followed behind Lin Yuan and entered the fei carriage. This little spider did not take human form. Instead, he jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Let's go. Little Yuan, when you go out in the future, I will follow you. That way, when I encounter danger, I can also act in time." This crimson red spider was in its original form. At the same time, he carried out a mimicry of blood. Shueshua had sworn on the sun to become Lin Yuan's protector. He was now fulfilling his duty as a guardian. Actually, even if he was a guardian, there was also no need to guard Lin Yuan so closely. However, Lin Yuan's significance to blood Shua, it was simply too important. In addition, It was a troubled time, and Shueshua was not at ease to let Lin Yuan go out alone. Apart from the Freedom Federation's envoy who had reached the Radiance, there were likely people in the Tower Cannon's 8 pages. They had already infiltrated the Radiance. Whether it was the Tower Cannon or the Freedom Federation, they were all enemies with the Radiance. Lin Yuan had traveled with such a large force. He was likely to be targeted by the Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation. If these two parties were shameless and carried out assassinations, if he followed Lin Yuan, he could also help Lin Yuan resist. Shueshua was very afraid that Lin Yuan would be in danger, because now Lin Yuan was related to whether the Jade Gui could be resurrected. Shueshua had never dared to hope that the Jade Gui could return to his side again. But now, Lin Yuan had given him a chance and hope. No matter what, Shueshua did not want to give up this opportunity. Flying fays or fey carriages were allowed in the royal capital's sky. However, the grade of the flying fays was higher than gold. They needed to be specially registered. Fey carriages only needed to be pulled by gold and above fays. Like flying fays, they needed to be specially registered. Under normal circumstances, it was rare to use a platinum fey to pull a fey carriage. The price of a platinum fey was already extremely expensive. Nurturing it required a lot of resources. If a platinum fey was used to pull a fey carriage, at least 3 would be needed at a time. This was not the same concept as riding a platinum fey. Therefore, those who rode fey carriages were generally members of factions. However, even if they were members of the top factions, diamond fays were already the limit for those pulling fey carriages. Most of them were still using platinum fays. Therefore, Lin Yuan's fey carriage was traveling in the royal capital's sky. It was simply too dazzling. The 12 steel angels formed a triangular formation. For in a group, in the blue sky, they flapped their wings and flew. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Right now, it was the day when the Azure Federation's and Freedom Federation's envoys arrived at the Radiance Federation. The entire Radiance Federation's royal capital was under martial law. The spirit guards were scattered all over the royal capital. In the Radiance Federation, there was a department that specialized in managing fey carriages and flying fays. It was called the Transportation Bureau. This department had a large number of transportation bureau. They were in charge of managing daily trips and registering the fays pulling the fey carriages. At this moment, there were already transportation bureau on duty. They saw the steel angels soaring in the sky, and the fey carriages behind these steel angels. Most of the transportation bureau were spirit chi professionals who had contracted gold fays. This level of strength was enough to manage transportation. However, these steel angels in the sky were simply too tall and shocking. Although these transportation bureau did not know what these steel angels were, they could feel that these steel angels were extraordinary. However, he was able to sense how extraordinary those steel angels were. Each and every one of them had probably surpassed the limits of diamond. Even so, the Transportation Bureau's standard fey, the Airstream Falcon. They still summoned the Transportation Bureau's standard fey, the Airstream Falcon. They jumped onto the Airstream Falcon's back. They flew toward this fey carriage. The heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly could not only control alien insects, it could also use its spiritual energy to simulate the scene outside. It was now inside the fey carriage. When Lin Yuan saw the Transportation Bureau's people coming over, he immediately stopped the fey carriage. The Transportation Bureau's people came to the entrance of the fey carriage and observed these imperial armored martial god insects at close range. They thought to themselves, if these steel angels were not restraining their auras, their Airstream Falcon was probably scared out of its wits. It fell from the sky. Chapter 1588. However, even though these steel envoys were doing their best to retract their auras, they were still unable to move. But the air current falcon was still trembling. Even the traffic guard standing on the back of the Airstream Falcon was unable to stand steadily. Chung Jiawei coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, "Has this Fey vehicle been registered at the Transportation Bureau? Who's sitting in the car?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan opened the Fey carriage's door. The moment the traffic guard saw Lin Yuan, he immediately exclaimed, "Yuan!" The traffic guard recognized Lin Yuan. It was all because of Lin Yuan's performance in the All-Star match. This traffic guard was a hardcore fan of the S tournament. Don't support any team. But every match of the S tournament was a must-watch. Even the matches related to the S tournament were not missed. When Lin Yuan saw this traffic guard, he called out his name. He nodded at the traffic guard before replying, "This Fey vehicle has been certified by the Transportation Bureau since it was built. It's just a Fey pulling the carriage. We haven't confirmed it yet. I'm going to register now." The guard was rather excited to see Lin Yuan, but he still followed the rules and said, "Only creation masters can make a temporary registration. If you are not a creation master, you will need to register at the Transportation Bureau. Under normal circumstances, the verification of the chariot pulling phase can be done within an hour. It's just that your chariot pulling phase are stronger. I might need to do a thorough check to see if there's any possibility of him suddenly losing control." As he spoke, he guessed Lin Yuan's identity. They thought that Lin Yuan might be from a veteran faction or a top faction. Otherwise, it was impossible to use such a powerful Fey to pull the carriage. On StarWeb, people had been guessing Lin Yuan's identity. Chung Jiawei felt that he should wait for him to return. Perhaps he could make a post on StarWeb. He should be able to gain a lot of fans. At that moment, the traffic guard heard Lin Yuan say, "That's right. No need to trouble yourself." After saying that, Lin Yuan handed over his creation master crest. At first, he was surprised that Lin Yuan was so young. He was actually a creation master. But when he saw the moon totem on the badge, traffic guard Cheng's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his badge. Chung Jiawei had never expected this. Lin Yuan was actually that lord's disciple, and he had even stopped the carriage of that lord's disciple. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan only needed to reveal his identity. He could drive the Fey carriage over. Who would have thought Lin Yuan was actually so polite to her? He didn't have any arrogance at all. Chung Chao hurriedly handed the badge back to Lin Yuan and said, "That's right. My lord, please take care." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan bade farewell to the transportation guard. He drove the Fey carriage toward the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan had always deliberately concealed his identity as the Moon Empress disciple, but now he felt that there was no need to hide it anymore. This was because the Radiance 100 sequence selection was about to begin. Facing the conspiracy of the Freedom Federation, he wanted to display his full strength. He definitely had to declare his identity as the Moon Empress disciple. Lin Yuan's Fey carriage had just arrived above the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. He felt a cold aura locking onto his Fey carriage. This aura was very special. It was clearly the aura of a spirit chi professional, but it had the wildness of a Fey. With a single glance, one could tell that this aura was released by an expert with beast marks. Lin was the Azure envoys of the Azure Federation. Even if it was a secret trip, there would definitely be experts from the Azure Federation accompanying and protecting her. She felt an aura targeting this Fey carriage. Xue Shuo released his aura and pushed back. Just as that aura was about to collide with Xue Shuo's aura, Lin Yuan had already jumped off the Fey carriage. Lin felt the aura fluctuations outside the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. She walked out of the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. At a glance, she saw Lin Yuan, who was descending from the sky. The moment she saw Lin Yuan, Lin's expression suddenly froze. She stared at Lin Yuan without blinking. It was not that Lin was surprised by Lin Yuan's appearance. Many people in the Azure Federation's younger generation had awakened beast patterns. Generally, spirit chi professionals who had awakened beast patterns were not ugly. The bloodline of these spirit chi professionals was affected by the bloodline of Fays. Their facial features were close to the bewitching and exquisite of Fays. After Lin had regained her sight, she had also come into contact with such people. Even though Lin Yuan's bone structure, appearance, and temperament were very outstanding, it was not enough to make Lin lose her composure. The reason why Lin had such a reaction, it was entirely because Lin Yuan gave her a feeling that was too familiar. It was so familiar that Lin could not help but have a kind of familiarity and dependence. This feeling was similar to that in the center of the stars. His body was entwined with countless shadows of laws and willpower. The aura he emitted was exactly the same. Lin quickly stepped forward and came in front of Lin Yuan. Her eyes revealed a childlike look of attachment. She asked softly, with a trembling voice, "Is it a lion?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan nodded at Lin. Lin Yuan realized that in terms of appearance, Lin's appearance was actually not inferior to Su Iren. It was just that Su Iren's beauty was too heroic. On the other hand, Lin's beauty was that of a scholarly young lady from a noble family. Lin Yuan nodded at Lin and said, "That's right. Yes, I am a lion. Come with me to the Fey carriage and have a talk. How about it?" Lin could be said to trust Lin Yuan wholeheartedly. There was no defense in her heart. To Lin Yuan was her savior. Lin hurriedly nodded and agreed. But Lin nodded and agreed. The expert who was secretly protecting Lin's safety could not agree. Lin was the Azure Federation's Azure envoy. The Azure Cloud leopard beast pattern was very important. Before coming to Radiance, the Azure Federation had already collected information about Radiance. Lin Yuan had publicly appeared at the Nyx assembly. Therefore, Lin Yuan's appearance had never been a secret. From the first time they saw Lin Yuan, this Azure Federation expert who was guarding Lin recognized Lin Yuan's identity as the Moon Empress disciple. This was originally the Radiance Federation's territory. In the old man's opinion, letting Lin and Lin Yuan travel together was not very safe. It wasn't safe at all. Moreover, in this carriage, there was an expert whose strength might be higher than his. The old man hurriedly stepped forward and said to Lin, "Lord Azure Envoy, according to my perception, there's something on this Fey carriage. There's another expert. It is really inappropriate for you to get on this Fey carriage." Lin glanced at the old man and said, "Uncle Lei, don't worry. Uncle Lei, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Just wait for me here. When I get off the Fey carriage, we will go back." Chapter 1589. Lin didn't give the old man a chance to continue speaking. He immediately nodded at Lin Yuan. The old man could tell that Lin and Lin Yuan knew each other. However, he noticed the way Lin was looking at Lin Yuan. The old man stood rooted to the ground. Oh my God! There was definitely something wrong with that gaze. Damn it, what was with that look? Why was there a hint of admiration? Could it be that Lady Lin was in love with this young man? It shouldn't be. Lord Lin had been blind since he was young and had been raised in the Azure Cloud Leopard clan. He had never come into contact with the outside world. Lord Lin's eyes recovered. At the same time, he awakened the beast marks of the azure clouded leopard and the spiritual speech White Lion. During this period, he did not leave the Azure Federation at all. This was Lin's first long journey to radiance. It was impossible for Lord Lin to have any interaction with the Moon Empress disciple. Could it be that Lord Lin fell in love with the Moon Empress disciple at first sight? This goddamn pretty boy. How could she be so seductive? Lord Lin was simple-minded and had a one-sided understanding of the world. What if he had a love brain? If this brat really talked about feelings with Lady Lin, this kid was also the Moon Empress disciple. In the future, he would most likely become a Radiance Envoy. Even if he did not become a Radiance Envoy, he would most likely become a member of the Radiance Light Knights. Such a status was already equivalent to Lord Lin's. It should be impossible for him to marry into the Azure Federation. Doesn't that mean that Lady Lin will very likely marry to the Radiance Federation in the future? This time, Her Excellency Lin was the only Azure envoy heading to the Radiance Federation, although Lord Lan Sun was following them. However, Lord Lin was still the one who had the final say. Lin refused to cooperate with the Freedom Federation. They had offended the Freedom Federation. It would be fine if he maintained an absolutely neutral position. However, if Her Excellency Lin and the Radiance Federation were to reach an agreement, that would be equivalent to pushing the Azure Federation to the opposite side of the Freedom Federation. It was true that the Azure Federation had been on good terms with the Radiance Federation all these years. However, there was no conflict between the Azure Federation and the Freedom Federation. The world was in turmoil. The Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation. He had already started wrestling. The Azure Federation was one of the three great federations. Any decision would affect the situation of the origin world. Every decision had to be made with extreme caution. But now, Lin's thoughts were different. Could they still remain neutral? The elder felt that he should report this matter to Lord Lan Sun. However, Lin was an Azure envoy. He had the right to make any decision. The Azure Federation powerhouse's mind was in a complete mess. The more he looked at Lin Yuan, the more he disliked him. However, Lin agreed to Lin Yuan's invitation. The old man had no right to interfere. In the end, he could only bow and respond. He stared at the spiritual carriage being pulled by the royal armored martial godbugs. They landed on the ground. Lin Yuan and Lin walked in. Then, the Fey carriage drove straight into the sky. Furthermore, the expert in the carriage had used his aura to envelop the carriage. This made it impossible for the old man's aura to lock onto the Fey carriage. It was even more impossible for him to find out what they were talking about. There was nothing the old man could do about it. He could only watch helplessly. Sitting in the Fey carriage, Lin said softly to Lin Yuan, "Lion, I saw your information on the way here. But I've never thought that you're a lion." In front of Lin Yuan, Lin was not restrained at all. For Lin, who had not been in contact with many people since she was born, there were very few people that could be recognized by Lin, except for her parents and the maid who had been with Lin since she was a child. So far, the only person Lin really recognized in her heart was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had an extraordinary meaning to Lin. The world that Lin first saw in the bright stars. It was Lin Yuan's figure that was outlined by will and loss. Lin Yuan had saved Lin and added all the colors to her world. Lin had always regarded Lin Yuan as an angel in her heart. Therefore, even if it was the first time they met, after confirming that Lin Yuan was a lion, Lin did not have the slightest sense of strangeness, apart from kindness and joy. Lin was also very surprised. She did not expect Lin Yuan to look 1 or 2 years younger than her, but at such an age, he was able to win the championship of the Dark Knight convention. It was enough to show Lin Yuan's talent as a spirit chi professional and the power of a creation master's talent. Lin flipped her hand and took out a spatial equipment unique to the Azure Federation. It was a spatial die. She handed the spatial die to Lin Yuan and said, "Lion, in this spatial die, there are 6 kinds of top-notch mutant waters that I specially collected. Except for the mutant waters that were traded for the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I'm giving these to you alone." When Lin was in the Heavenly Body Council, she knew that Lin Yuan needed top-notch mutant waters. Lin happened to have them in her hands. At that moment, Lin took out these 6 top-notch mutant waters and gave them to Lin Yuan. There was no slightest purpose, nor was it to repay a favor. She simply wanted to give them to Lin Yuan. Just now on the phone, Listen said that Lin wanted to trade for those heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. She had already given Listen 3 top-notch mutant waters. Including now, Lin had given him 6 top-notch mutant waters. Lin Yuan already had 9 top-notch mutant waters in his hands. The Azure Federation had opened a Class 6 water world dimensional rift. Since the Class 6 water world dimensional rift opened, it was directly controlled by the 12 5-star Azure Federation families. The Azure Federation was not like the Radiance Federation. Her Majesty personally opened the dimensional space. She killed the powerful life forms. In the water world, she created a place that could allow low-level spirit chi professionals to develop. Firstly, it was because the water world was not like the abyss world. It could allow spirit chi professionals to build a city inside, build a gathering place. Inside the water world, it was all endless seawater, even with those like the oxygen filter sea anemone, phase that could help spirit chi professionals breathe in the water. Spirit chi professionals could not live in it. In the water world, spirit chi professionals could not sleep or rest normally. The water pressure would quickly consume the spirit chi professionals' physical strength. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the 12 5-star Azure Federation families, they treated the Class 6 water world dimensional rift as a resource shared only by the 12 5-star Azure Federation families. Only the 12 5-star Azure Federation families would develop it. Therefore, Lin could take out so many top-notch mutant waters at once. Now, she wanted to improve the quality. She needed to extract the characteristics of the mutant water, to awaken the willpower. Lin Yuan had a huge demand for top-notch mutant waters. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not refuse Lin's gift. Lin Yuan thought about it. Lin had just traded the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. However, there was never enough heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Chapter 1590. Lin Yuan took out a large brocade box and handed it to Lin. He did not say what was inside the brocade box. He reached out to take the spatial die that Lin handed over. The effects of the spatial die and the phase storage box were not much different. However, the spatial die did not have a strong preservation function like the phase storage box. Objects that had lost their lives were placed inside the spatial die. They would quickly rot. However, the spatial die had an advantage. It was a top-notch spatial die that had more space than the diamond phase storage box. It also had the ability to connect inside and outside. It could be said that the spatial die could perfectly replace the dark 7 states disc-shaped spatial equipment. Lin Yuan planned to ask Lin for a few more spatial die later. With the improvement of the spirit lock spatial zone, the spirit pool consumed energy ores every second. It was several times faster than before. He used those golden discs to store the energy ores, even if they were high-grade energy ores. In a month, Lin Yuan would have to work hard to fill them up at least twice. The The spatial die did not take up space with the golden discs. He would get a few more, fill them with energy ores, and throw them at the bottom of the spirit pool. Lin Yuan would not have to worry about the energy ores being insufficient for a few months. It would save him a lot of effort. Lin Yuan took the spatial die that she handed over. Yin Lin's face immediately revealed a smile. She did not stand on ceremony with the brocade box that Lin Yuan handed over. But when Yin Lin opened the brocade box, she was immediately stunned by the flickering light and shadow inside the brocade box. An aqua blue color gushed out of the brocade box. In an instant, the fey carriage was dyed dark blue. Light blue pearls that were the size of fingernails. They flashed with a feeling of suddenly looking back and seeing him in the distance. This feeling made Yin Lin think of the first time she saw Lin Yuan. Shueshua had been in disguise. After Lin Yuan returned to the fey carriage, Shueshua climbed into Lin Yuan's hair. Shueshua was looking at the brocade box with abnormal surprise. There were nearly 1,000 pearls that contained beautiful water attribute, heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. He was amazed at the Moon Empress creation master standard and Lin Yuan's generosity. He actually gave away this brocade box of treasures so casually. 6 top-notch mutant waters might be rare. However, as long as one was strong enough, they could explore the Class 5 water world dimensional rifts. He would eventually be able to explore it. However, this brocade box contained nearly 1,000 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Even the Moon Empress would need a long period of nurturing. It consumed a lot of energy. Yin Lin naturally knew how precious this box of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls was. The higher the purity of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, the more valuable they were. With the pearl essence, the price could be doubled or even doubled compared to the usual heavenly maiden level elemental pearls. The grades of the pearls were divided into 4 types: Dreamy Cloud Lake, Tranquil Life, Orchid Shade, and Goddess Gossamer. The heavenly maiden level elemental pearl that contained the goddess gerbils only existed in legends. The pearl was a heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl. This was the highest definition of elemental purity in the world. Yin Lin didn't dare to accept this box of items. Even though Yin Lin was an Azure envoy, he also felt that the item in the box was too precious. Under normal circumstances, 6 top-grade mutant waters could be exchanged. In the Azure Federation, he only needed 1/3 of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the box. He would be able to obtain it. Seeing that Yin Lin was about to refuse, Lin Yuan spoke. "Take these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls." To be honest, the source-type cocoon demon embryo is very useful to a friend of mine. These 12 cocoon demon embryos are enough to change his life. I'll thank you on his behalf first. Yin Lin hurriedly waved his hand when he heard Lin Yuan thanking him. "Lion, I should be the one thanking you. When I mentioned the source-type cocoon demon embryo to you, I wanted to remind you. The Freedom Federation's envoys must have a big plot for coming to Radiance. Since the cocoon demon embryo is useful to your friend, I'll give it all to you now. But if you don't have absolute confidence in using it, you must be extremely careful." After saying that, Yin Lin's hand shook. 12 khaki-colored cocoons appeared in Yin Lin's hand. This thing looked very ordinary. If one accidentally dropped this thing on the ground, no one would think that there was anything special about this thing. Lin Yuan took the cocoon demon embryo that Yin Lin handed over. Then he carefully put it in a wooden box. He put it in his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. Because Shueshua did not get off the fey carriage. He did not know that Yin Lin was very familiar with Lin Yuan. But now, seeing the way Yin Lin looked at Lin Yuan, and the way they communicated, Shueshua's heart suddenly tightened. This kid, Lin Yuan, is too attractive When he met the Azure Federation's Azure envoy, he invited Lin Yuan to the Fey carriage for a one-on-one chat, and he was so generous. Nearly 1,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were given away just like that. If Blue Lotus saw these things, she would probably die of greed. Xue Shuo thought to himself, not to mention Yin Lin's blood relationship with that silly girl of his, just based on Lin Yuan's looks and temperament, as well as his generosity. No girl would not like Lin Yuan. His daughter's blood relationship was originally a one-sided love. Now, there was another opponent. If he did not grasp it tightly, he would not have another chance. Xue Shuo was worried, but Xue Shuo could not care about such things. He could not drag Lin Yuan and say it. My daughter likes you. Think about it. Lin Yuan had obtained the cocoon demon embryo. He was going to give Lu Jie a call when he returned to the mansion. There were still 5 days before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. These 5 days were enough for the cocoon demon embryo to play its role. After exchanging resources, Lin Yuan decided to talk to Yin Lin. His purpose of pulling Yin Lin onto the Fey carriage was not just to exchange resources. If it was just to exchange resources, it could be done in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Yin Lin, I want to talk about cooperation with you now. You have to be clear that I'm talking about cooperation with you now, not as a lion. I'm standing on Radiance's side. As Her Holiness disciple, I'm here to talk to you. Although Yin Lin treated Lin Yuan as her savior, however, Yin Lin was an Azure envoy and shouldered the mission of an Azure envoy, since Lin Yuan said so, and said it so formally. Yin Lin no longer treated her identity as a member of the Celestial Council. Instead, she was standing on the Azure envoy's side. Yin Lin said very seriously, Lin Yuan, speak. If you stand on the lion's side, I will help you unconditionally. But you stand on the Hui Yao's side and want to talk about cooperation. I must ensure that the interests of the Azure Federation are not harmed. Chapter 15, 91. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Lin Yuan really liked Yin Lin's current attitude. Yin Lin showed a clear distinction between public and private affairs. Only then would it be convenient for Lin Yuan to discuss the upcoming collaboration. That was because this collaboration was truly too important. Yin Lin was the only one who was able to distinguish between public and private affairs, without any other feelings. Only then could Lin Yuan feel at ease. Of course, since it's a collaboration, the ultimate goal is obviously a win-win situation. Lin Yuan's words made the smile on Yin Lin's face bloom instantly. At the same time, Yin Lin looked at Lin Yuan. Another change took place. In fact, this discussion involved the Radiance Federation and the Azure Federation. When the two great federations worked together, Yin Lin was afraid that Lin Yuan would use his identity as a lion to negotiate. Yin Lin was willing to help Lin Yuan unconditionally and repay him. But Yin Lin was an Azure messenger. He carried with him the glory of the Azure Federation and a deep sense of responsibility. If this matter was beyond Yin Lin herself and the Azure Cloud Leopard Clan's own abilities, he needed to use the power of the Azure Federation. Yin Lin found it difficult to choose. If he used the Azure Federation's power to help Lin Yuan, Yin Lin had basically thrown away her responsibilities as an Azure envoy. He had abandoned the glory of the Azure Federation. The Azure Clouded Leopard Clan would never be able to raise their heads in the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan's words made Yin Lin feel Lin Yuan's bearing, and their attitude and style of doing things. Yin Lin had originally been close and attached to Lin Yuan, but now, after Lin Yuan showed such a magnanimous bearing and pattern, he had no choice but to accept it. Yin Lin suddenly felt it was even harder for him to shift his gaze away from Lin Yuan. Yin Lin forced herself to calm down and not look at his glasses. He said, "If it's really a win-win cooperation, on behalf of the Azure Federation's diplomatic corps, I agree." Upon hearing Yin Lin's words, Lin Yuan raised his brows. Yin Lin knew why she wanted to cooperate with him. Hence, there was no need to waste any words. He directly led the topic to the cooperation itself. At the same time, Yin Lin was also indirectly indicating to him he had the authority to make decisions in the Azure Federation's diplomatic mission. He could control the will of the entire envoy group. But for now, I can only represent the Azure Federation's diplomatic mission. They couldn't represent the entire Azure Federation. That was the truth. It was true that the Azure envoys had absolute authority in the Azure Federation. However, the Azure Federation was controlled by the 12 Azure aristocratic families. The heads of each of the 12 Azure aristocratic families were equivalent to Radiance's majesty. As a result, Yin Lin, who had just become an Azure envoy, had no choice but to follow her orders. He had yet to participate in the assembly of 10,000 states. He didn't achieve anything at all. This was an important decision that involved the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation. Right now, Yin Lin could only give suggestions. He still had the right to make decisions. Lin Yuan did not immediately state his purpose. Instead, she asked Yin Lin. Back then, the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission cooperated with the Azure Federation's diplomatic mission. Even if you refused to cooperate and did not discuss the details with the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission. But what exactly is the goal of the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission? I believe you should be very clear about this. Hearing that, Yin Lin nodded, without the slightest hesitation. It was impossible for the Freedom Federation's envoy team to make a big move in the Radiance Federation. Things like source-type cocoon demon embryos. The Freedom Federation's envoys didn't have the guts to invest in various parts of the Radiance Federation. If it really erupted, it would be a terrifying tumor Fey disaster. The Radiance Federation would investigate the situation. They would immediately think of the fluorescent earthworm disaster that happened in the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation's actions would definitely incur the Radiance Federation's Majesty's revenge. The Radiance Federation's Majesty might not be able to quickly stop the disaster. However, they could directly use 10-star and above sacred source life forms to trigger a meteorological phenomenon. The meteorological phenomenon would cause a natural disaster to spread throughout the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation's Majesty was tightly holding onto their own interests. The Radiance Federation's revenge would cause the Majesty's interests to suffer. This was not what the Freedom Federation's Majesty was willing to see. But even if it didn't cause a big problem. However, during the Radiance 100 Sequences test, the Freedom Federation would definitely propose a friendly exhibition match. During the friendly exhibition match, the Freedom Federation would definitely bare their fangs and kill. Yin Lin received top secret information. Apart from one Freedom envoy, the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission to the Radiance Federation, there were also 3 people who had just become independent 100 Sequence members. But they were all favored by the Freedom Federation's Majesty. The Freedom Federation's Freedom Envoy had yet to be selected. It wasn't like the Azure Federation's Azure Envoys, who could add new spots at any time. These 3 people would definitely be the next Freedom Envoy seedlings. Yin Lin thought about this top secret information for a long time. In the end, she decided to tell Lin Yuan. After Yin Lin understood Lin Yuan's age, she felt that Lin Yuan would most likely participate in the Radiance 100 Sequence selection. Even if Lin Yuan didn't participate in the Radiance 100 Sequence, he would definitely attend the ceremony as Her Majesty's disciple. 3 of the Freedom Federation's young generation's top experts had come. Their goal was definitely not limited to making a move on the 10 newly promoted Radiance 100 sequence members. They wanted to lure Her Majesty's disciple into the battlefield. This was the Freedom Federation's true goal. Only the death of Her Majesty's disciple, the Radiance Federation's top geniuses. Only the Freedom Federation's 3 pending freedom envoys would be worth it. In this kind of situation where everyone was watching, they would really kill the Radiance Federation's young generation. The Radiance Federation's Majesty wouldn't be able to make a move. It was for the Federation's bearing and face. They even had to ensure the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission's safety in the Radiance sect. If the Freedom Federation's diplomatic missions members accidentally killed someone in the exhibition match, but in the Radiance sect's territory, there would be injuries. In the future, there would probably be no more diplomatic missions coming to the Radiance sect to attend the ceremony. She could find out that Lin Yuan was at the Evernight Assembly, the news of first place in both the civil and martial arena. The Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission could also find out. Therefore, Lin Yuan was the Radiance Federation's #1 among the young generation. Naturally, he became the target of the Freedom Federation's envoys. There was a 2-year agreement between the Freedom Federation and the Radiance Federation. The stakes of this 2-year agreement were too great. The Freedom Federation couldn't afford to lose a Class 5 Creation Master's path. The Radiance Federation also wouldn't be willing to help the Freedom Federation build the Star Web. In this kind of situation, consuming the strength and number of the opponent's top experts of the young generation, it was undoubtedly the best choice to strike the opponent. It was also a choice that had to be made. Lin Yuan would definitely become the target of the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission. Lin told Lin Yuan this news. It was selfish. It was to let Lin Yuan have a guard in his heart. Otherwise, there was no need for Lin to say such top-secret news. Chapter 1592. After all, the news itself meant that Lin was already standing on Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered when he heard Lin's words. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. All of this was within Lin Yuan's expectations. But Lin Yuan did not expect it, only from the Federation's diplomatic corps. There were actually 3 candidates for the position of Freedom Envoy. Lin Yuan suddenly felt the pressure. In this Radiance 100 sequence selection, there were only 2 disciples. There were only him and Gao Feng, the 2 disciples of His Majesty. Gao Feng was also a support-type spirit chi professional. He was not sure if Gao Feng had been under Lord Cicada Cry for the past few months. How much had he been trained? However, the usefulness of support-type spirit chi professionals was reflected in a team. Lin Yuan and Gao Feng could not be considered a formed team. During the battle, Lin Yuan had to be distracted to protect Gao Feng. Fortunately, Gao Feng had been contracting sacred source life forms recently. Come to think of it, during the battle with the Freedom Federation's envoy. Gao Feng's sacred source life form should be able to come in handy. Every sacred source life form had a function that could not be replicated. The Freedom Federation's 3 disciples were favored by Lord Cicada Cry, even though they were newcomers to the Freedom 100 sequence. But these people were candidates for the Freedom Envoys. Everyone must have contracted sacred source life forms. He only had 2 sacred source life forms on his side, and there were 3 on the other side. He was undoubtedly in a disadvantageous position. Lin Yuan was not afraid of the 3 of them, but in a battle that concerned the reputation and prestige of the Federation, he had to be careful, because he could not lose this battle. He could not afford to lose. Gao Feng basically had no offensive capabilities. Even if Genius and Chimey had completed their evolution, Princess Sacred Sword Mode had a few more sword techniques. and these sword techniques were full of energy. But Lin Yuan still did not dare to say that he could fight 1 against 3. Since the Freedom Federation wanted to cause trouble, he might as well help it become popular and create an even bigger one. Let them know what it meant to give them a taste of their own medicine. Lin Yuan tilted his head and spoke to Yin Lin in a serious tone. He told her his plan. Yin Lin's eyes widened when she heard it. After a while, Yin Lin came back to her senses and said, "Yuan, are you sure you want to do this? If you do this, I'm afraid that you will become the #1 target of the Freedom Federation." In Yin Lin's heart, they were shocked by Lin Yuan's boldness, madness, and decisiveness. He actually dared to make such a decision. After Lin Yuan was done with his plan, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He changed the topic. "Since you said it's a win-win situation, help me when the Freedom Federation proposes a friendly exhibition match. Muddy the waters and lure the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission into the water. Give me another 20 infant elemental shellfish. I can provide you with 500 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls every month for 2 years. As for the pearls, I can't pick them one by one. However, the number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that contain black willows will not be less than 60%. The spirit chi density in the spirit lock spatial zone was very high. The speed at which the elemental shellfish spat out the elemental pearls increased again. The quality of the elemental pearls had also been enhanced. For Lin Yuan to say such words, he had the confidence. The spirit lock spatial zone had only evolved for a few days. However, in just these 2 days, Yi Qingtang's expression changed. 2 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls appeared in the spirit lock spatial zone. Furthermore, the pearls spat out by the elemental shellfish contained black willows. There were at least 6 pearls out of 10. It was rather difficult for Lin Yuan to obtain heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls without pearls. When Yin Lin heard Lin Yuan's words, she was shocked again. 20 infant elemental shellfish. For a water swamp kingdom like the Azure Federation, they weren't considered rare items. Yin Lin's spatial die had plenty of infant elemental shellfish. However, if these infant elemental shellfish were to be used, it wasn't just enough to induce them into the elemental shellfish. Instead, it required a large amount of creation master resources. Only then could the elemental pearls be produced. To produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with pearls that contained black willows, it was already within the capabilities of a Class 5 creation master, providing 500 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls every month. Among them, 300 pearls were black willows. Even a Class 5 creation master would have to spend days and nights concocting the pure spirit fluid. To supply the elemental shellfish, it would require at least 15 days. It could be said that Lin Yuan was giving her a reward. For 2 years, Lin Yuan was lending her half of a Class 5 creation master. 2 years, 12,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Even if the pearls weren't at Black Willow's level, it was still a sum that Yin Lin could obtain in a short period of time. Resources that she couldn't even imagine. Yin Lin originally didn't want to accept these resources, but looking at Lin Yuan's expression, Yin Lin finally swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She and Lin Yuan were talking about cooperation. If she didn't accept Lin Yuan's reward, she wouldn't be using her identity as an Azure envoy to carry out this cooperation. But anyway, Yin Lin was planning to invest these resources into her private faction. This private faction would eventually be crowned with the name of Sky City. It was considered making the best use of everything. She was also using another method to return these resources to Lin Yuan. She was helping Lin Yuan. But when the Freedom Federation's envoy requested to have an exhibition match with the newly promoted Radiance 100 sequence members, She made the Freedom Federation's envoy personally announce that life and death was not an issue. Then she guided the Freedom Federation's envoy to request for the Disciples of Radiance to enter the arena. She was doing this, although she was helping Lin Yuan to complete the plan. But in the eyes of the Freedom Federation's envoy, her actions were undoubtedly equivalent to helping the Freedom Federation's envoy. But in Lin's opinion, it was really a little too dangerous. Although Lin Yuan told Lin the plan, but he didn't expose his identity as black. The Freedom Federation wanted to maximize the purpose of this trip. After recognizing Gao Feng's identity, they found that there was only one disciple of Her Majesty in the arena. They would definitely pull at least one disciple of Her Majesty into the arena. In this case, whether it was La Zongzi, Gu Lang, or He, Lin Yuan and Gao Feng could form a team with them. On one hand, it would let Gao Feng play a role. On the other hand, it would also let the combat power on the arena reach a balanced level. The three disciples of Her Majesty of the Radiance Federation against the three favored disciples of Her Majesty of the Freedom Federation. If the Freedom Federation's envoy was too greedy and insisted on pulling two disciples of Her Majesty, in this kind of situation, Lin Yuan didn't mind fighting 4 against 3. Let the Freedom Federation's envoy suffer the consequences of their own actions. After this battle, his identity as black was destined to merge with the identity of Moon Empress disciple. From then on, there would no longer be black in the world. Or rather, Lin Yuan was black himself. Chapter 1593. Lin was silent for a long time. Baidu Search Shi looked at Lin Yuan seriously and said, "Lin Yuan, the cooperation you proposed. As an Azure envoy, I have no reason to refuse." Speaking until here, Lin paused for a moment. Her tone was filled with unconcealable worry. "Lion, are you sure I will cooperate with you, as you say? Won't there be any accidents? The Freedom Federation has the guts to send the 3 of them to cause trouble. The 3 of them must have abilities that far surpass the other young generation of the Freedom Federation. In this competition, the slightest move will affect the whole situation. It concerns the 10,000 States Convention 2 years later. I hope you can consider it carefully. Lion, I don't want you to take risks." Lin Yuan heard Lin's words. He knew that Lin was worried about his safety. For the Freedom Federation to send out these 3 experts of the younger generation, it was without a doubt that they had the confidence to do so. But Lin Yuan wanted Lin to cooperate with him. It was also to increase the Radiance Federation's confidence. Because Lin Yuan was carrying Gao Feng, Lin Yuan really did not dare to guarantee that he could fight 1 against 3. But if there could be another disciple to help, Lin Yuan's chances of winning would undoubtedly be higher. Lin Yuan could do other things with confidence, but it involved the entire Radiance Federation's reputation. Lin Yuan would definitely be very careful. As for Lin's worries, Lin Yuan had also thought about it, but the Freedom Federation's conspiracy had been confirmed. He would participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection as black. He was already in this game. Of course, Lin Yuan still had a way to go. It was to directly refuse to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. This way, Lin Yuan could stay away from danger. But if this was the case, the final result, it could only be Gao Feng and the other newly selected Radiance 100 sequence members. They would be killed by the Freedom Federation's envoy in the friendly exhibition match. This was what Lin Yuan did not want to see. Lin Yuan understood the meaning of the Radiance envoy. The selection to decide to participate in the Radiance envoy began. He already had the determination to use everything to fight for Radiance. "I'm afraid the Freedom Federation's plan has already been decided. What you are doing is equivalent to doing me a big favor. When the time comes, It will depend on you. Lin, if the Azure Federation encounters such a situation. I believe that you will also fight to the death for the Azure Federation. Upon hearing that, Lin gritted her teeth. He said, "All right, Lion, I know what to do." In the end, Lin still couldn't get rid of Lin Yuan. He was only treated as Hui Yao's disciple. When Lin agreed to help Lin Yuan, she had already made up her mind. Since the Freedom Federation was forcing the Republic of Radiance to hold an exhibition match, then he might as well bring the people of the Azure Federation and join in as well. When his eyes recovered, this caused his soul to mutate. His first sacred source life form was a functional one. It could block all information. However, his second sacred source life form was completely different of the current 5 Azure envoys. If he had to use this sacred source life form, Lin felt that her ranking would rise by at least 1 place. For Hui Yao, Lin Yuan had personally taken the risk. Lin could not interfere. However, Lin could use herself as Lin Yuan's insurance on the battlefield. Lin stood up and said softly, "Lion, I was going to treat you to a meal today. However, the Radiance 100 sequence selection is around the corner. I don't think you're in the mood to eat with me. How about this, after everything has come to an end? Before I leave Hui Yao, let's have a meal together. I don't have enough of those 20 infant elemental shellfish. I'll personally have someone send it to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. We'll meet again on the day of the Radiance 100 sequence selection." After speaking, Lin prepared to leave the Fey carriage. At that moment, Lin heard Lin Yuan's voice. "I'm still in the mood to eat. I have a friend who cooks really well. Before you leave, I'll try to let you eat his cooking. Then I'll introduce Tian Chung to you. Let's go. I'll take you to the Spirit Food Pavilion for a meal." The Spirit Food Pavilion is probably the best food in the entire royal capital. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin's heavy heart suddenly relaxed. Lin turned to look at Lin Yuan. This gaze seemed to want to remember Lin Yuan forever. After that, Lin took out a conch shell. His finger gently dug into the conch shell. He dug out some transparent paste. Lin smeared this paste on his face. Lin's appearance suddenly became ordinary. After using the paste in the conch shell on himself, Lin handed the conch shell to Lin Yuan and said, "Lion, this is the masquerade demon snail that is abundant in our place. It's a paste refined with the masquerade demon snail's blood as the main ingredient. When smeared on the face, it has the effect of changing one's appearance." In Lin's opinion, Lin Yuan was His Holiness disciple in the Radiance Federation. Given Lin Yuan's identity as His Holiness disciple, it would undoubtedly be very inconvenient for him to go out to eat in public. Take Lin, for example. If Lin was in the Azure Federation and casually appeared in a restaurant, it would definitely cause a sensation. Lin Yuan also had a disguise method. Lin Yuan still had a lot of the faceless paper that Wen Yu had produced using source paper. However, since Lin had already handed over the masquerade demon snail paste that could disguise, Lin Yuan simply took it. He also dug out some transparent paste from this demon snail. Lin Yuan found that the masquerade demon snail paste did not have the slightest smell, although it was a paste texture. When it just touched Lin Yuan's fingers, there was a tendency to turn into water. Lin Yuan smeared this paste on his face. In a moment, Lin Yuan's face changed. At this moment, Lin Yuan's appearance after disguise was completely different from the appearance changed by the faceless paper. When Lin Yuan used the faceless paper, his appearance only became ordinary. However, the masquerade demon snail paste made Lin Yuan's appearance very ugly. Looking at Lin Yuan's appearance after disguise, Lin suddenly thought of the side effect of the masquerade demon snail. The masquerade demon snail paste had the effect of reducing the appearance of girls. When used on boys, it would depend on the boy's appearance. The appearance would decrease or increase the corresponding value. If a man was ugly, he could use the masquerade demon snail paste to make himself handsome. But if a man was very handsome, then the paste of the masked magic snail would turn him into an ugly monster. Seeing this, Lin hurriedly handed Lin Yuan a handkerchief and said, "Lion, I forgot the side effect of the masquerade demon snail paste. You'd better smear this paste off." Lin did not think that there was anything wrong with Lin Yuan becoming ugly. What Lin Yuan gave Lin was that kind of closeness and attachment. It had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's appearance. And Lin, who had just recovered her vision not long ago, there was no absolute definition of beauty and ugliness. Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there is an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 1594. Lin would let Lin Yuan wipe off the cream on his face. After all, he was His Majesty's disciple. This kind of disguise was really damaging to the image of His Holiness's disciple. He looked through the reflection of the completely jade-textured wood in front of him. He saw his current appearance. Lin Yuan was rather speechless about his current appearance. When he was rubbing the cream down, he realized something. The paste of the masked conch was only on the surface of the skin. If he wiped off all the paste, his true appearance would immediately be revealed. Although the effect of the disguise was good, however, its durability was extremely poor. It couldn't be compared to the effects of the faceless paper at all. Lin Yuan wiped off the masked conch cream on his face. He might as well let genius transform into an artifact within the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan took out the mask that genius had transformed into and wore it. He said to Lin, "Come on, let's go eat." Anyway, Lin had changed her appearance. Even if he revealed Black's identity, as Black, he dined with Lin. Lin wouldn't be recognized by anyone. The moment Lin saw Lin Yuan put on his mask, she was stunned. At this moment, Lin finally understood. Why would Lin Yuan set up such a trap? This made Lin even more determined to bring the members of the Azure Federation. Determination to participate in the friendly exhibition match. If it was said that the genius participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection was Black, then there was no way he would be able to defeat Black. It was Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan's plan was executed well, he would be able to survive. It was truly possible for them to kill the 3 Freedom Federation people who were favored by His Majesty. Lin Yuan had just put on this mask in front of him. Black's identity was revealed. It meant that Lin Yuan trusted him very much. This made Lin smile. Xue Shua simply did not know what to say in Lin Yuan's hair. Lin Yuan's invisible flirting was simply too fatal. At that moment, Xue Shua saw Lin Yuan suddenly reach out and grab Lin. Then it was Lin Yuan, Lin, and himself. He appeared at the entrance of the Spirit Food Pavilion. Lin Yuan's move immediately let Lin know. Lin Yuan had the ability to teleport. Lin Yuan would reveal his identity as Black in front of Lin. On one hand, it was because Lin had already revealed many secrets to him. Moreover, Lin was a member of the Celestial Council. Lin Yuan was 100% trustworthy. On the other hand, he did not intend to expose Wenyu's face. The faceless paper wasn't just important to Sky City. It had extraordinary significance to the entire Radiance Federation. It could be said that Wenyu's source paper was an absolute secret. Lin Yuan naturally could not spread such a secret. Even if Lin was absolutely trustworthy, it was still the same. The more Xue Shua looked at Lin Yuan, the more he felt that he was subtly flirting. Xue Shua thought to himself, the expert who was secretly protecting Lin. He should still be waiting foolishly under the Fey carriage. Wearing a mask, Lin Yuan appeared at the Spirit Food Pavilion's entrance. It had indeed caused a sensation. However, the commotion was not limited to the people around them. All of them surrounded Lin Yuan. Instead, it caused the surrounding people to discuss wildly. Look, another person is wearing a silver mask to imitate black. This is the 7th person I've seen today. So what if you see 7? Didn't you see those students in the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi Academy? Basically, every one of them has a silver mask. My husband is a Class 3 spirit craftsman. When my girl came home yesterday, she insisted that my husband make 100 silver masks for her. I originally thought that she was going to sell them at the school, but I didn't expect that this stinky girl had joined Black's official fan club. She asked her father to make these silver masks for the fan club's current activity. Did you guys see the duel between Black and Lu Shuang on StarWeb? Given the strength that Black has displayed, he can definitely become a Radiance 100 sequence member in this Radiance 100 selection. What kind of expert is Lu Shuang? Black has reached the Sanctuary class on StarWeb. If it wasn't for the rule that new Radiance 100 sequence members can only be ranked between 90th and 100th, I think Black can at least reach the top 10. Lin was a little confused. These people were discussing Black. That's right. Black was now in front of these people. These people didn't have any reaction at all. Could it be that Lin Yuan knew how to turn invisible? But soon, Lin understood from these people's discussion. She knew what was going on. In order to entertain Lin, Lin Yuan specially ordered a few gold dishes. After eating, Lin Yuan teleported through the node. He brought Lin back to the Fey carriage again. Lin smiled like a flower and waved at Lin Yuan. After saying goodbye, she jumped out of the Fey carriage. Just as Lin was about to land, a blue cloud appeared around Lin. These clouds let Lin float in the air. It was as if she was walking freely on flat ground. Lin said to the old man who was guarding her, "Come, let's go back. Let's go back. I have already met the Radiance 100's majesties today. In these few days before the Radiance 100 sequence selection, I have to go into a short seclusion. How about letting Teacher Lan Sun participate in those activities on my behalf?" The old man thought to himself, "Young lady, are you asking me what I want, or are you arranging things for me? If you want to arrange things for me, can you not use an inquiring tone? How can I be qualified to give ideas in front of you?" After completing the transaction with Lin, the 12 Emperor armored martial god insects that were like steel angels brought the Fey carriage that everyone couldn't help but look up to. They returned to the return from Faraway Mansion. The first thing they did after returning to the return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan dialed Lu Jie's number. When Lin Yuan, and when you first found out about the source-type cocoon demon embryo, Lin Yuan, and when you did not tell Lu Jie about it, this was because they had not seen the cocoon demon embryo with their own eyes and held it in their hands. If he told Lu Jie about it, Lu Jie would definitely look forward to it. But in the end, if there was an accident, if they could not obtain the cocoon demon embryo, Lu Jie's original expectations were great, then how much disappointment would he be in the future? Therefore, Lin Yuan, and when you came up with a plan, after obtaining the cocoon demon embryo, they would inform Lu Jie. The call was picked up by Night Leaning Moon. Lin Yuan heard Night Leaning Moon say, "Little Yuan, little Jie is now in seclusion. He is testing the strength of those newly contracted insect-type cancer phase. Little Yuan, little Jie is now in seclusion. He might need to go into seclusion for another 2 days." Night Leaning Moon paused for a moment. Then she said very sincerely, "Little Yuan, I want to thank you for the feather fan you gave me. That feather fan fulfilled my wish for many years." Night Leaning Moon had only thanked 3 people in her life. One of them was the Moon Empress. Night Leaning Moon had forgotten how much she had given to the Moon Empress. How many times had she thanked her? The second person was Iron Prison. Iron Prison had said that she could use the desolate bloodline phase. When she transferred her life force to the Moon Empress, Night Leaning Moon thanked Iron Prison. Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there is an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 15, 95. The last person was Lin Yuan. Night Leaning Moon had never thought about it. One day, he would thank a junior. Furthermore, this person was the Moon Empress disciple. Upon hearing Night Leaning Moon's words, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Congratulations, Aunt Yi. If Aunt Yi still needs those black feathers, you can tell me. Night Leaning Moon, who was on the other end of the line, heard Lin Yuan's words. Zhang Xian's expression froze. Night Leaning Moon knew of Lin Yuan's relationship with the mother of Bloodbath. However, he didn't know that Lin Yuan could help resurrect the Jade Gui. Night Leaning Moon was puzzled. When did Bai Feng become so easy to talk to? Didn't that black phoenix cherish its feathers the most? The Night Empress was about to refuse. The Night Empress did not want Lin Yuan to owe the heaven-blessed mansion a favor because of her. However, Lin Yuan's next words made the Night Empress confused. Every time Uncle Bai Feng sees me, he will give me a bunch of feathers. If Aunt Yi doesn't need it, I can only let when you take these feathers. Go make 2 pillows. During this period of time, Lan Lian, Bai Feng, and Xue Shua, they all lived in the return from faraway manor. Lin Yuan slowly faced Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Xue Shua. He also had a certain level of understanding. Don't look down on the fact that the 3 of them were heaven's chosen spirits, peerless experts of the current era. However, Lin Yuan found that their minds were rather simple. Usually, Xue Shua had a mild temperament. The feeling he gave Lin Yuan was very similar to Gu Lang. Lan Lian was like a classical lady who loved to eat tomatoes. He had a strong imagination. He got along well with Wen Yu and Lu Pinru. Later, he decided to discuss it with Wen Yu and Lu Pinru. How was he going to design spirit chi clothing? On the other hand, Bai Feng's mirror never left her hand. When he had nothing to do, he would take out a mirror and look at his own face. He seemed to be very intoxicated. Then he begged Wen Yu and Lu Pinru every day. Design a sturdy fishing net suit for yourself. For Wen Yu and Lu Pinru, making a set of spiritual chi clothing was a piece of cake. Therefore, for the past few days, Bai Feng had received new clothes to wear every day. Xue Shua was the first to know that Lin Yuan could save Jade Gui. Later on, Lan Lian and Bai Feng also learned about it. Every time Blue Lotus saw him, she would give him a tomato. At first, Lin Yuan thought that this tomato was just an ordinary item, but in his hands. Only after using true data to check did he find out. The tomato was formed from a sacred source life form. It had an extremely strong recovery effect, although it wasn't like the jasmine lily that could regenerate severed limbs. But as long as he was still breathing, he would swallow the tomato. He could instantly recover from any injuries he suffered. Apart from Blue Lotus, who would give him tomatoes every time she saw him, Blue Lotus had given him tomatoes. Every time Bai Feng saw Lin Yuan, she would pinch herself hard. Then, it gave Lin Yuan a handful of black feathers. These black feathers contained vast amounts of pure night energy. The power of night was different from pure darkness energy. Bai Feng's feathers were useless to him. Moreover, Bai Feng's hair was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yuan was really afraid that Bai Feng would send him off. Then he would become bald. Bai Feng was a beauty lover. Lin Yuan found it hard to imagine what would happen after Bai Feng turned into a bald uncle. How sad I am when I look in the mirror. Therefore, Lin Yuan wanted to ask Night Leaning Moon. Did he still want the black feather? When Night Leaning Moon heard Lin Yuan's words, she was immediately swallowed by her own saliva. He choked and coughed. It was something that he had been yearning for decades. Lin Yuan actually wanted to use him as a pillow. Night Leaning Moon had to admit that her heart was sour. Night Leaning Moon realized that she had interacted with Lin Yuan a few times, except at the beginning in Indigo Azure City. She had seen the heavily injured Lin Yuan in the upgraded Water World Dimensional Rift. She had felt that Lin Yuan still looked like a young man, but in the next few encounters, Lin Yuan had saved the lives of tens of thousands of creation masters in one time. He had manipulated the sinful D, Wanmi. He had allowed the Radiance to have a 4th Class 5 creation master. Now, Lin Yuan could also obtain resources that other creation masters couldn't. How could such a Lin Yuan still look like a young man? As for whether or not she owed Lin Yuan a favor, Night Leaning Moon didn't want to think about it anymore. He had long since owed a favor to someone. Lin Yuan had saved tens of thousands of creation masters. The entire Radiance owed Lin Yuan a favor. Night Leaning Moon pursed her lips and said softly, "Little Yuan, these black feathers are very useful to me. Little Yuan, these black feathers are very useful to me. Aunt Night, thank you in advance." Although Night Leaning Moon had accepted Lin Yuan's gift, however, Night Leaning Moon remembered this favor in her heart. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely return the favor. Night Leaning Moon suddenly thought of Lin Yuan's call. It was to find Lu Jia. He asked, "Little Yuan, why are you looking for Little Jia? If there's anything, I can call him." Night Leaning Moon's words were actually just a casual remark. At this moment, no one knew about the diplomatic mission of the Freedom Federation. What kind of wicked idea was he planning? Therefore, people like Lu Jia, Zhongzhe, and he, Gaofeng, and Gulang, everyone was desperately trying to improve their strength. Night Leaning Moon knew that Lin Yuan was a person with a sense of propriety. At this time, no matter how important the matter was, he had to prioritize improving his strength. Thus, Night Leaning Moon had never thought about it. Lin Yuan would really let her call him Lu Jia. At that moment, Night Leaning Moon heard Lin Yuan speak in a serious tone. "Aunt Yi, please call Lu Jia. One you and I obtain something that will be very helpful to Lu Jia. This thing isn't just Lu Jia's good fortune. It is more likely for Lu Jia to personally create a legend. This way, it will save time. I'll make a trip to the land of spirit suppression. Send the thing over to Lu Jia." Night Leaning Moon was startled when she heard this. She started to guess what kind of good fortune Lin Yuan was talking about. Lu Jia had already walked on a path that no one else had taken. But if Lin Yuan obtained a special insect-type carcinoma Fey, it didn't matter how strong the insect-type carcinoma Fey was. To Lu Jia, it could only be considered an improvement. It wouldn't be considered as Lu Jia's good fortune. Night Leaning Moon couldn't think of it even with her own knowledge. What was the thing that Lin Yuan mentioned that would be helpful to Lu Jia? What exactly was it? However, when Lin Yuan came later, she would know everything. Night Leaning Moon said, "Little Yuan, I will personally pick you up at the Iron Chain Bridge in the land of spirit suppression. At night, if you are not busy, why don't you stay for a meal at the land of spirit suppression? Tomorrow, there will be a 2-day Imperial Court conference. 5 days later, I will be on the stage. I will be watching your performance during the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Lin Yuan had always wanted to bring his master, the Moon Empress, to do something. When the mother of Bloodbath awakened the favored spirit bloodline, the Crescent Moon Sai card broke. Lin Yuan discovered that his master, the Moon Empress, had the ability to control the dimensional world's moon. She had the ability to control the dimensional world's moon for her own use. Chapter 1596. There was a purple moon in the swamp world. Lin Yuan had planned to bring his master, the Moon Empress. He planned to go to the swamp world to collect the purple moon. She must have mastered the purple moon in the swamp world. His master, the Moon Empress, had mastered an extra moon. His strength should have increased as well. The Radiance 100 sequence selection. Listening to Blood Beginning, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix's words, there would be 2 8-page pagoda canon coming to Radiance. Blood Beginning, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix. They wanted to kill these 2 8-page pagoda canon members in Radiance. This was equivalent to a clash between the world's top factions. Lin Yuan felt that his master, the Moon Empress, had become stronger. She would also have a better grasp of the situation. Lin Yuan immediately declined Night Leaning Moon's invitation. At night, if there is a 2-day Imperial Court conference tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will look for Master tonight. I have something to do. Wait until I am selected for the Radiance 100 sequence and get a ranking. I will go to Aunt Night's place and have a good meal with her. Night Leaning Moon did not force Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan went to look for the Moon Empress. He must have something important to do. However, Night Leaning Moon felt a little upset. This year's Radiance 100 sequence selection. It was glory for those who were selected. However, this glory was accompanied by risks this year. Take Lin Yuan, for example. Lin Yuan was not even 19 years old. He had just come of age and was about to compete. Under everyone's gaze, he was fighting for the glory of the Radiance 100 sequence. Every one of these little fellows was full of vigor. They were improving themselves. According to Cicada, Gao Feng seemed to have formed a contract with an incredible sacred source life form. Cicada Cry had always been pragmatic, since he praised his disciple, Gao Feng's sacred source life form. The sacred source life form's ability must be very powerful. Night Leaning Moon took a deep breath and said, after the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Aunt Night will prepare the ingredients. Let Yuzha show you, and little Jia. Cooking had always been Night Leaning Moon's sore spot. In order to learn how to make porridge for the Moon Empress, she had specially looked for Chef Supreme. As a result, she had accidentally set fire to the kitchen fragrance palace. It was because of this that Supreme Chef and Night Leaning Moon unilaterally became enemies. For a full 5 years, he had not spoken a single word to Night Leaning Moon. Cooking was a skill that Night Leaning Moon could never learn. However, the right stinger perfectly made up for this. Night Leaning Moon felt that even though Zhiyu's cooking couldn't compare to Lu Jie's, it was still very good. But it wasn't any worse than the kitchen fragrance palace. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan executed the ethereal jellyfish's ability, node teleportation. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the land of suppression. The ethereal jellyfish's current strength had reached Diamond X/Legend. Although there were no signs of him comprehending a willpower rune. However, the ethereal jellyfish already had thousands of tentacles. Every time a tentacle was broken, a space walnut would be consumed. The ethereal jellyfish could do it within 2 days. Grow new tentacles. In other words, if Lin Yuan wanted to, he could obtain more than 2,000 tentacles every 2 days. After obtaining such a large number of tentacles, he was no longer as cautious about using these tentacles as before. It could be said that right now, in the entire Imperial City, there was no place that he could not teleport to. It was just that this was Lin Yuan's first time coming to the land of suppression. To show respect, Lin Yuan walked toward the inside on foot. On the surface, the land of suppression was not guarded, but it was unknown how many guard envoys were in the dark. They paid attention to the land of suppression. These guard envoys all knew Lin Yuan. If it was another person who wanted to step into the land of suppression, they would definitely be stopped and investigated immediately. Lin Yuan found that inside the land of suppression, there was basically no decoration at all. Everything was the simplest furnishings. Everywhere was filled with the smell of iron and blood. He walked all the way to the iron chain bridge. Lin Yuan saw Night Leaning Moon standing in the middle of the iron chain bridge and looking at him. The spring breeze was faint. Under this faint spring breeze, the chain bridge was shaking violently. Of course, all this did not affect Lin Yuan at all. The guard sand quietly appeared under Lin Yuan's feet. According to the shaking of the chain bridge, it would automatically level under Lin Yuan's feet. Therefore, no matter how the chain bridge shook, every step Lin Yuan took was no different from walking on flat ground. Of course, even without these guard sand, Lin Yuan was still not afraid. Back then, he had obtained this movement technique from the body transcending memory grass. Even if this chain bridge shook 10 times, Lin Yuan could still walk forward steadily. After Lin Yuan walked close to Night Leaning Moon, Night Leaning Moon looked like she was seeing a familiar junior. She gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "I have already informed little Jia in advance. It is because of the side effect of that insect type, carcinoma Fey. The spirit power in little Jia's body has been overdrawn. Therefore, he could not come with me to pick you up. However, when you arrive at the land of suppression, little Jia will be able to recover from the overdraft of spirit chi." Night Leaning Moon did not tell Lu Jia Lin Yuan could bring something that could transform it. She only told Lu Jia that Lin Yuan was coming to see him. Night Leaning Moon did not expect. Her silly disciple was actually so happy that he stopped the proliferation of the spirit-burning gluten. Once the proliferation of the spirit-burning gluten stopped, the spirit chi extracted from the spirit-burning gluten had to be returned. Thanks to her silly disciple, only 500 spirit-burning gluten had been produced. If 2,000 of them had suddenly stopped in the middle of proliferation, it would have been impossible to recover without lying down for 4 hours. Lu Jia had always worked hard to be Lin Yuan's retainer. In the beginning, Night Leaning Moon always felt that Lu Jia's goal was to rely on one person. It was too similar to her in the past. If there was a problem with the person he relied on in his heart, then the faith in his heart would collapse. It was possible that his life would no longer progress. But now Night Leaning Moon felt such a path and faith. It was not a bad thing for Lu Jia, just like the person she wanted to follow. To her, it was not a bad thing. Lin Yuan walked beside Night Leaning Moon and pondered for a moment. He reached out and took out a source-type item, the cocoon demon embryo. He handed it to Night Leaning Moon. "Aunt Yi, take a look at this sacred source life form. Can it give Lu Jia a chance to become a legend? Just like I said?" Night Leaning Moon was a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. Due to her talent, she could not progress after becoming a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. She could not find the path to become a Class 5 creation master. Night Leaning Moon was already satisfied with all of this. Anyway, Night Leaning Moon was also a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. She might not be stronger than Night Leaning Moon. In terms of creation master talent, she was not inferior to Night Leaning Moon. That was enough. Therefore, Night Leaning Moon immediately saw the function of the source-type item, the cocoon demon embryo. At this moment, Night Leaning Moon's body, she suddenly trembled. It was a blueprint that made even Night Leaning Moon's hair stand on end. It instantly unfolded in front of her. Chapter 1597. Lu Jie would walk on this path. This was what Night Leaning Moon had arranged for Lu Jie after accepting him as her disciple. Night Leaning Moon came up with the idea of turning Lu Jie into her ultimate weapon. The inspiration came from the Night Centipede Squad, which was under the command of the 7th page of the Tower Cannon War. Insect-type carcinoma phase might be able to create disasters, but it was also a war resource. It was just that it was difficult for ordinary people to master it. Lu Jie's fairy source-type insect queen had mutated. The mutated insect queen had the ability to contract insect-type carcinoma phase. As the strength of the insect queen grew stronger, Lu Jie could use the insect queen to indirectly control these insect-type carcinoma phase. However, Lu Jie didn't go far on this road. Night Leaning Moon discovered a flaw. The insect queen's strength could indeed increase along with his spirit chi professional rank, and it kept improving, breaking through to the Genesis creation realm and reaching the immortal realm, perhaps even achieving eternity. It wasn't impossible. However, due to the insect queen's intelligence, those insect-type carcinoma phase controlled by the insect queen were able to control them. In the end, it could only stop at Diamond X/Legend. This was because the insect-type carcinoma Fae had chaotic intelligence. It was not enough for the insect-type carcinoma Fae to comprehend a willpower rune. In fact, in the past, before the spirit guards had banned all carcinoma Faes, some forces would use spirit materials that could increase one's psychic power and soul power. It had been feeding the carcinoma Fae for a long period of time. This method was indeed able to restore the original chaotic consciousness of the carcinoma Fae, a low level of intelligence. However, a cancer Fae with low intelligence would not be able to survive. Ordinary methods could no longer be used to control it. An uncontrolled carcinoma Fae would definitely become the source of a disaster. The Radiance Federation had also experienced such a disaster because of it. That was why they had banned all carcinoma Faes. Thus, Night Leaning Moon had originally believed that Lu Jie could only contract more and more Diamond X/Legend insect-type Faes. He had never thought that Lu Jie could control an insect-type carcinoma Fae. It could break the original restraints. He was heading towards the fantasy and mythical species. Now that he had this cocoon demon embryo, after letting the insect queen carry out the contract, Lu Jie could use the insect-type carcinoma phase that he controlled. He chose the one with the strongest overall strength. Let the insect-type carcinoma Fae fuse with the source-type cocoon demon embryo. To put it bluntly, an insect species carcinoma Fae that had fused with a cocoon demon embryo. It had transformed from a carcinoma Fae into a source-type life form. Night Leaning Moon was able to obtain this opportunity for Lu Jie. And happy times. Lin Yuan continued to speak. Aunt Yi, I have a total of 12 cocooned demon embryos. There might be some risks in letting an insect-type carcinoma Fae fuse with a cocoon and transform into a demon embryo. At that time, I'll need you to look after Lu Jie from the side. After saying that, Lin Yuan took out the remaining 11 cocoon demon embryos. He passed it to Night Leaning Moon. Night Leaning Moon looked at the 12 earthen yellow demon embryos in Lin Yuan's hand. His eyes almost popped out of his sockets. A cocoon demon embryo was enough to be regarded as Lu Jie's fortune. 12 cocoon demon embryos were in his hands. Night Leaning Moon could no longer estimate Lu Jie's future. Before obtaining the source-type cocoon demon embryo, Lu Jie was the ultimate weapon. After obtaining so many source-type demon embryos, the demon embryos would not be able to survive. Lu Jie would become the Lord of Calamity. He could casually create a natural disaster caused by an insect-type carcinoma Fae. Night Leaning Moon had accepted Lu Jia as her disciple. She had already regarded Lu Jia as her successor. Night Leaning Moon was not very good at expressing herself. But compared to the Moon Empress' kindness to Lin Yuan, Night Leaning Moon's kindness to Lu Jia was not bad at all. Lin Yuan had not only given her a fortune, he had also given her disciple a fortune. Night Leaning Moon took the cocoon demon embryo that Lin Yuan handed over. She said very sincerely, "Little Yuan, as long as it doesn't harm Hui Yao in the future, if you want to do anything, you can tell Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi will support you unconditionally." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard Night Leaning Moon's words. Then he smiled brightly. "Aunt Yi, Lu Jia, and I are brothers. You are my elder. I really don't dare to accept what you said. Chaos is coming. The stronger Aunt Yi becomes, the safer Hui Yao will be." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Night Leaning Moon knew what Lin Yuan meant. He did not intend to ask her for help in the future. That was indeed the case. The Moon Empress' strength had broken through, and her lifespan had recovered. With the Moon Empress around, it was not her turn to help Lin Yuan. But whether Lin Yuan needed it or not was another matter. Night Leaning Moon had already said those words. Even if Lin Yuan did not need it, Night Leaning Moon would remember it in her heart. She was prepared to talk about it in the future. She held the 12 cocoon demon embryos in her hand. Night Leaning Moon felt that her entire hand was a little heavy when Lu Jia's insect queen contracted these cocoon demon embryos. When it became a humanoid calamity, Lu Jia would become the most terrifying person in Hui Yao's group compatibility, even if Her Majesty used the sacred source life form to display the phenomenon. The ability to destroy a continent, she would not be Lu Jia's match. Lu Jia's faith was in Lin Yuan. Night Leaning Moon felt that if she really placed Hui Yao and Lin Yuan in front of Lu Jia, let Lu Jia choose. Lu Jia was likely to choose the latter. In other words, if one day something happened to Lin Yuan, Lu Jia would definitely go berserk. The cocoon demon embryos were very important. It was so important that Night Leaning Moon felt that it should be at the Imperial Court's meeting tomorrow. She had to properly discuss this matter. Night Leaning Moon thought of the Freedom Federation's fluorescent earthworm incident. At that time, it had guided the fluorescent earthworm to become a myth breed. It was said that it was a source-type life form of the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan held these cocoon demon embryos in his hand. Could it be the same source-type life form that caused the Freedom Federation's fluorescent earthworm to mutate? Night Leaning Moon felt that she had to clarify this matter. "Little Yuan, where did you get these cocoon demon embryos?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment when he heard that. Then he told her what Yin Lin had told him. He told Night Leaning Moon everything. When Night Leaning Moon heard this, her eyebrows tightly wrinkled. However, the Radiance Federation's holiness had already thought of these things that Lin Yuan had said. This matter concerned the Radiance Federation's reputation. The Freedom Federation was going to conduct this friendly exhibition match. The Radiance Federation had to accept it. Regarding the information that Lin Yuan had just revealed, Night Leaning Moon was also prepared to bring it to the Imperial Court's meeting tomorrow. She wanted to properly discuss it with the other holiness. However, Night Leaning Moon did not expect. Lin Yuan could actually get in touch with the Azure Federation's Azure envoy, Yin Lin. Yin Lin could refuse the cooperation of the Freedom Federation's envoy. She even gave the source-type cocoon demon embryos to Lin Yuan. It was enough to show that the relationship between Lin Yuan and Yin Lin should be good. Night Leaning Moon did not think about other aspects. After all, the Radiance Federation did not have the tradition of marriage. Chapter 1598. Only then did Lin Yuan and Night Leaning Moon walk into the land of spirit suppression. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The pale-faced Lu Jia was already standing at the door. Lu Jia's eyes lit up. Then, with a worried look on his face, he quickly walked over and said, "Lin Yuan, after the end of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It will be very dangerous. At that time, I will be your retainer and fight alongside you." Night Leaning Moon replied immediately, "Nonsense." When the Creation Masters were in a life and death duel, he could indeed ask for help from his retainer knights. However, the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission was using the guise of a friendly competition. In such a situation, Lin Yuan might be a Creation Master. It was also impossible for Lin Yuan's retainer to enter the arena. Lu Jia had always been a steady person. However, once it involved Lin Yuan's safety, they would immediately panic. Night Leaning Moon said, "Little Yuan knows more than you do. How about this? I'll think of a way. When the Freedom Federation brings up the exhibition match, strive to give you a chance to go on stage." As she spoke, Night Leaning Moon transformed the 12 cocoons into demon embryos. He handed all of them to Lu Jia. "This is Little Yuan's good fortune for you. Little Jia, I only have one request for you now." While saying this, Night Leaning Moon's expression became incomparably serious. Lu Jia stared blankly at Night Leaning Moon's expression. In Lu Jia's impression, it was the same. Xingyue had never spoken to him with such an expression before. Lu Jia said hurriedly, "Teacher, please speak." Night Leaning Moon looked deeply into Lu Jia's eyes. Then he sighed and said, "Little Jia, with your current temperament, you are not suitable to be a Radiance envoy. Compared to the Radiance envoys, I'm more suitable to be a member of Lin Yuan's Radiance Knights." Night Leaning Moon paused for a moment. Then he said word by word, "If there really is such a day, I hope that no matter what, you will not do anything to harm Hui Yao." Lu Jia's eyes widened upon hearing Night Leaning Moon's words. He did not understand why his master would say such a thing. Lu Jia had never thought of harming Hui Yao. Hui Yao had always been Lu Jia's target of protection. However, the first half of Night Leaning Moon's sentence was rather strange. Lu Jia heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, ever since Lu Jia became Lin Yuan's retainer, Lu Jia was only thinking about how to protect Lin Yuan. Being a Radiance envoy was not one of Lu Jia's goals in life. Compared to the Radiance envoys, being one of the 2 members of the Radiance Light Knight Legion that belonged to Lin Yuan was more important. This made Lu Jia even more fascinated. Lu Jia knew that his master was Night Leaning Moon. He had always had high hopes for himself. Lu Jia didn't know how to break the news to Night Leaning Moon. Now that Night Leaning Moon had taken the initiative to bring it up, Lu Jia felt more at ease. Lu Jia knelt on the ground with a solemn expression. It was the same as when he had taken Night Leaning Moon as his master. He said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I will never do anything to harm Hui Yao in my entire life." Night Leaning Moon helped Lu Jia to his feet. He said, "Jia, your mutation started with the Blade Queen Bee." Vivian said, "I suggest that you let the Blade Queen Bee use your first cocoon demon embryo. The Blade Queen Bee's strength has transformed, and the effect of the mental toxin will increase. The mental toxin is the root cause of the Insect Queen's mutation. The Insect Queen has always responded to the Blade Queen Bee's mental toxin. Maybe the Blade Queen Bee's venom can make the Insect Queen's bloodline mutate again. It will increase from the current 4 wings to 6 wings." Night Leaning Moon was Lu Jia's master. She had already made the most suitable choice for Lu Jia in her heart. Before Night Leaning Moon accepted her disciple, she felt that apart from Hui Yao and the Moon Empress, other things had nothing to do with her. But now, Night Leaning Moon realized that she had changed. She didn't know when it started. Lu Jie's position in her heart was infinitely close to the Moon Empress. She could even be on equal footing with the Moon Empress. Night Leaning Moon could risk her life for the Moon Empress. She could do the same for Lu Jie. Since she was young, she had been inseparable from the Moon Empress. It was the same for her disciple and Lin Yuan. It was like a reincarnation. Night Leaning Moon could no longer protect the Moon Empress. After the Moon Empress broke through, she was stronger than her. Night Leaning Moon only hoped that she could nurture Lu Jie well, so that Lu Jie would not be like her in the future. He couldn't protect the person he wanted to protect. Lu Jie had just heard from Night Leaning Moon. She could arrange for him and Lin Yuan to fight side by side against the Freedom Federation's envoy. Lu Jie's heart immediately calmed down a lot. No matter what the situation was on the battlefield, even if he couldn't protect Lin Yuan, it could also be like before in the upgraded Water World Dimensional Rift. He could use his body to block in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't stay in the land of spirit suppression for long. Lin Yuan had nothing to do now. He was just waiting for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. He was going to have a good fight with the Freedom Federation's envoy. But now was the main time for Lu Jie to increase his strength. If he grasped the time tightly, within these 2 days, the cocoon demon embryo would be able to increase Lu Jie's strength. He would be able to ascend a big step. While Lu Jie went into seclusion, Lin Yuan went straight to the Radiant Moon Palace. As soon as he arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan saw his master, the Moon Empress. She was holding a little rabbit and sitting by the lotus pond. She looked at the surface of the lotus pond that was stirred by the spirit siphon goldfish. Sensing Lin Yuan's arrival, the Moon Empress stood up and said, "Cold Moon will bring Chu Ci back today. I haven't seen Chu Ci for some time. I heard from Cold Moon that her strength has increased by a lot. You came just in time. Let's go to the mountain with Master to pick some fruits. Speaking of which, I also miss Cold Moon's cooking." As one of the 2 Moon envoys, Cold Moon had always been taking care of the Moon Empress' daily life. She would only occasionally go out, but since Cold Moon accepted Chu Ci as a disciple, she brought Chu Ci out to train. She didn't have much time to stay in the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan would basically call Chu Ci every day. Naturally, he knew that Chu Ci was coming back today. Lin Yuan missed Chu Ci very much. But now, Lin Yuan had something more important to do. Lin Yuan spoke softly to the Moon Empress. "Master, when the crescent moon Psi card you gave to the mother of Bloodbath broke, the crimson moon that appeared should be the moon of the Abyss world, right?" The Moon Empress did not hide anything from Lin Yuan. "My sacred source life form is called moon feeding. One of the functions of moon feeding is to control the moon for one's own use." The Moon Empress had always been very private. In the entire Radiance Federation, even Night Leaning Moon did not know what the Moon Empress' sacred source life form was called. This was the first time the Moon Empress had said the name of her sacred source life form. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Master, I should be able to give you a green moon." "Master, then I should be able to give you a green moon." Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there's an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5, Smiley Face. Chapter 1599. Cyan Moon. In every dimensional world, there was a moon that belonged solely to that dimensional world. It was like the crimson moon of the Abyss world. It had already been devoured by the Moon Empress' sacred source life form, Feeding Moon. He became one of the Feeding Moon clansmen. What Feeding Moon devoured was not all the energy of the celestial body. Instead, it occupied the body of the moon. According to the source of the body, he was able to create his own energy. This was the only way for Moon Roar, which was being controlled by the sacred source life form Moon Nurturing. Only then could they truly be used by the Moon Empress. Thus, even if the Moon Empress took away the Crimson Moon in the Abyss world, she would not be able to do so. The original power of the Crimson Moon remained in the Abyss world. The dimensional creatures of the Abyss world couldn't see the Crimson Moon in the sky. He could no longer use the Crimson Moon to measure time. But the Abyss world did not disappear because of the Crimson Moon. And there were no effects. The interior of the dimensional rift was a projection of the dimensional world where the dimensional rift was located. Blue Moon's dimension was the swamp world. At the thought of this, the Moon Empress expression froze. Within the borders of the Freedom Federation, a Class 6 dimensional rift had opened. Wasn't it the swamp dimensional rift? Lin Yuan said that he would give him a green moon. Could Lin Yuan have a way to enter the swamp world? It could be said that it was the most suitable world for human development. It was the swamp world. The Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift opened by the Radiance Hole was connected to the Abyss world. It is possible to build mirror cities inside. However, the land of the Abyss was not suitable for agriculture and animal husbandry. Only fire attribute phase or fire attribute plant species phase. Only then could they survive. Of course, the environment of the Abyss world was very beneficial to fire attribute phase. It was an absolute treasure trove. Baidu's search, however, the swamp world could grow any plant phase. Although in the swamp world, fire-type plant phase would not be enhanced by the natural environment, but the swamp soil produced in the swamp world. It could perfectly make up for this. The Class 6 Swamp Dimensional Rift opened by the Freedom Federation. It was 2 years earlier than the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift in the Radiance Federation. In these 2 years, the Freedom Federation had been in a state of chaos. With the development of the swamp world, they achieved extremely rapid development, even though there had been a few incidents similar to the death of the fluorescent earthworm. The land was polluted by the fluorescent earthworms. They wouldn't be able to plant anything for decades. But by using the swamp world, the Freedom Federation was able to get through this easily. The Class 6 Swamp Dimensional Rift had always been treated as the Freedom Federation's #1 secret ground. The Freedom Federation wasn't like the Radiance Federation. Build a mirror city in the swamp world. It would expand the Spirit Chi professionals' activity space. The Freedom Federation's majesty had tightly controlled the Class 6 Swamp Dimensional Rift. Then, the people were allowed to make their choice. Would he live in the main world, or through the Class 6 Swamp Dimensional Rift, heading to the swamp world to live? No matter which choice he made, he would not be able to change it. Once he chose to enter the swamp world, they would never be able to leave the swamp world. Through this method, a large number of the Freedom Federation's territories had been established, those who had been affected by major events, and those Spirit Chi professionals who weren't living their lives well. He found a new place to go. The Freedom Federation's majesties used this method. A third of the Freedom Confederation population. They moved to the swamp world to live and explore. Under such circumstances, no one would want to be under the watchful eyes of the Freedom Federation. Through the Class 6 Swamp Dimensional Rift, they entered the swamp world. It was an impossible task. At the edge of the Class 6 Swamp Dimensional Rift, the temple attendants were exchanging resources. Every one of them was a true confidant of the Freedom Federation's majesties. For this, the Freedom Federation had specially invited nearly 100 Class 5 spirit craftsmen. they used myth-breed spiritual materials to develop a large-scale spatial storage equipment. Every time they exchanged resources from the Freedom Federation and the Swamp World, they only needed 3 pieces of such spatial equipment. Therefore, the Moon Empress had never had any ideas about the Swamp World's moon. In fact, apart from the Swamp World, the Moon Empress had never had any ideas about other dimensional worlds. The only way to enter a dimensional world was through a Class 6 dimensional rift. After the Class 6 dimensional rift opened, it wouldn't be discovered within a year and reinforced with high-grade spatial spiritual materials. It would slowly disappear. Any federation in the main world that had the ability to control a Class 6 dimensional rift. There would definitely be Class 5 creation masters in the Federation. Such a federation would never allow the Moon Empress to enter their own federation, inside the Class 6 dimensional rift that they controlled. If the Moon Empress wanted to force her way in, she would let the sacred source life form feed the moon and collect the moon from the dimensional world. It would definitely lead to a war. As the Radiance Majesty's Moon Empress, it was impossible for her to lead a war to the Radiance Federation. Therefore, even if the Moon Empress obtained the Moon Roar, it would greatly increase her strength. The Moon Empress still didn't insist. At that moment, the Moon Empress heard Lin Yuan continue. "Master, I have a way to enter the Swamp World. It's very simple. I'll bring Master there now." To his master, the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan didn't intend to use the artifact made from the Treasure Cave Golden Toad skin and stomach sac. However, if he let the Moon Empress directly enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone, it would definitely expose Morbius' existence. Morbius' existence was of great importance. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already discovered it. Morbius must have a huge secret regarding the dimensional world. Being mysterious was a good and a bad thing. That was because being mysterious often came with risks. After thinking about it, he thought about how the Moon Empress had treated him. Lin Yuan was prepared to let the Moon Empress enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone to take a look. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the Moon Empress speak. "Little Yuan, you can enter the Swamp World. You will either be using the power of your sacred source life form or a trump card that you haven't shown before. No matter which one it is," Yi Zichen said, "only you know it. That's the safest way. You have the ability to revive the soul of the Heaven-Blessed Mansion's second hall master, Yu Gui. Tell your secret to Master. If one day Master dies," Yi Zichen said, "my soul will be plundered by the enemy using some special means. It's not that I can't find out your secret through my soul." As she spoke, the Moon Empress handed 2 silver gold bells to Lin Yuan. "Chef Supreme gave you a treasure made from the Treasure Cave Golden Toad skin and stomach sac. At that time, the sacred source life form, the Treasure Cave Golden Toad, died. The skin and stomach sac were taken by Chef Supreme, while the eyes were taken by Bamboo Monarch. The eyes and stomach sac also have storage functions. The storage space in the eye is much larger than the storage space in the stomach. Master asked for these 2 eyes for you. They were refined into a treasure. Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there's an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 1600. Hang these bells made from the eyes of the Treasure Cave Golden Toad on the pouch made from the skin and stomach. Baidu search. The 2 come from the same source and can be used at the same time. Little Yuan, I will enter this bell first. I'll be waiting for you to take me to see the scenery of the Swamp World." Lin Yuan suddenly heard the Moon Empress mentioning her death. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she blurted out, "Master, you formed a contract with the lifespan rat, so you have endless lifespan. How could he die? When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's expression, she was stunned. He reached out and gently rubbed the hair on top of Lin Yuan's head. The Moon Empress realized that Lin Yuan had grown a little taller. When Lin Yuan had asked about the Moon Empress's Red Moon situation, the Moon Empress had said nothing. The Moon Empress hesitated for a moment. This was because the Moon Empress would understand best. Something that was regarded as a trump card could only be kept a secret. Use it when you need it. Only then would he be able to turn the tide. 10 years ago, the Moon Empress had only been Her Highness for less than 20 years. However, the Moon Empress was able to annihilate the Freedom Federation and had been an empress for over 200 years. Even though he was heavily injured, he managed to save his own life. With 13 or 14 years of respite, he went to search for the inheritance. It was because no one knew the Moon Empress trump card. However, when Lin Yuan asked about it, the Moon Empress only hesitated for a moment. He then told Lin Yuan about his trump card. It was because he trusted Lin Yuan. It was also because the Moon Empress understood the true essence of the inheritance. Inheritance was nothing more than doing everything one could to nurture. While he was in seclusion, what happened at the Whale Ocean Trading Company? This proved that Lin Yuan had become Hui Yao's backbone. He was actually able to accomplish something that even His Majesty could not accomplish. However, the Moon Empress trusted Lin Yuan unconditionally. However, he still did not want to dig deeper into Lin Yuan's trump cards. Baidu search in the legacy. The Moon Empress would only choose to do what was most beneficial to Lin Yuan. Even the Moon Empress was curious as to what method Lin Yuan had used. Only then did he enter the swamp world. Silly child, I'm just telling you a principle. This should count as the first time I've accepted you as my disciple. This is the lesson I've taught you with all my heart. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Lin Yuan had no idea about his current strength. He was already a little complacent. However, the Moon Empress words made Lin Yuan suddenly realize something. He shouldn't have set his sights on the younger generation. Because of his true enemy, they had never been members of the same generation. Instead, it was the Freedom Envoy of the Freedom Federation, Your Majesty, the Imperial Mermaid Clan of the 8 clans of the Sea Empire, even the 8th page of the Pagoda Canon. Therefore, his strength was far from enough. The Moon Empress placed Zixi on the ground and said, Zixi, go pick some fruits. Wait for me and little Yuan to come back. Hearing this, Zixi's ears twitched. He knew that the Moon Empress didn't want to bring him along because he was too curious. Zixi was a little envious of Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress's kindness toward Lin Yuan had reached the level of pampering. Fortunately, the Moon Empress doted on him. It was truly fortunate that Lin Yuan had not gone astray. If it had been anyone else, they would probably have been pampered by the Moon Empress. He would become a condescending second-generation ancestor. Lin Yuan held the bell that the Moon Empress had just given him. It was attached to the Treasure Cave Golden Toad's skin and stomach pouch. Then, Lin Yuan used the Treasure Cave Golden Toad's bell to put the Moon Empress inside. At the same time, Lin Yuan checked the space of the Treasure Cave Golden Toad's bell. Lin Yuan found that the space inside each bell was 15 square meters. The area inside each bell was 15 square meters. It was 5 square meters bigger than the original brocade pouch. Now, Lin Yuan could control the movable space. From the original 10 square meters, it had expanded by 4 times. It reached an area of 40 square meters. Such an area was already comparable to the initial area of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan no longer had to be afraid of going back and forth between the Swamp World and the Divine Wood Federation. It would be inconvenient to bring people along. Moreover, To Lin Yuan, these two bells had additional benefits. That was the ability to separate space. For example, his master, the Moon Empress, didn't have to squeeze with that stinky turtle. The Moon Empress taught Lin Yuan this lesson with such seriousness. Lin Yuan didn't dare to be careless. Lin Yuan first went to his breeding room and closed the door. Then he entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Through the Klein hub, he came to the swamp world. Lin Yuan released the Moon Empress. In the swamp world, on Lin Yuan's territory, they were all separated into a thick layer of carpet by the swamp water moss. There was no longer the initial muddy and messy feeling. Medusa demons were born with a love for plants. When Lin Yuan came to the swamp world, he brought a lot of flower seeds. These flower seeds were carefully planted on the swamp water moss by the Medusa demons. The swamp water moss was also happy to provide energy to these flower seeds. Around the Klein hub, there were long pavilions specially carved by spirit craftsmen. Flowers were everywhere, like the imperial garden of a classical palace. The swamp world's area was huge. Lin Yuan could use it at will. Therefore, the distance between each infrastructure was very far. It was for when some infrastructure wanted to be expanded in the future. He wouldn't have to worry about not having a place. At this moment, a few Medusa demons were reinforcing the side of the pavilion. There was a shelf made of completely jade-textured wood. On the shelf, there were wall-climbing jadeite grapes. Jadeite grapes were the 100 Questions beast's favorite fruit. They had the effect of nourishing spiritual energy. Lin Yuan specially cultivated a few bronze/legend jadeite grapes and let genius nurture them to diamond. It could be said that a fruit was raised to such a level. It was a very extravagant behavior. A few crocodile-headed humanoid creatures were beside these Medusa demons. Each of them carried a bucket of water that could fit the Medusa snake demon. The Medusa demons were scooping water from the bucket. They were watering these jadeite grapes. These crocodile-headed humanoid creatures were all by Xian, swamp crocodiles that were transformed through their talents. Recently, they had been doing hard work in the territory and didn't know fatigue at all. The Moon Empress smelled the humid air filled with the fragrance of flowers. She looked at the blue full moon in the lavender sky. The Moon Empress could be sure that she had already arrived in the swamp world. The surroundings were built to be a thriving environment. It meant that her disciple, Lin Yuan, had already started to develop the swamp world a long time ago. Lin Yuan said softly to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan said softly to the Moon Empress, "Master, you should be able to absorb this blue moon in the sky, right?" The Moon Empress nodded. When she heard that, she said, 2 hours is enough to absorb this blue moon. It's just that the people of the Freedom Federation are bathing in this swamp world with this blue moon. If I absorb this blue moon, they will definitely sense it. However, I have a good idea. Just take it as an insurance for you in the swamp world. At this point, the Moon Empress paused for a moment. She then instructed, "Holy cry, after this Empress absorbs the main body of this blue moon. You will condense the moon power of this blue moon and temporarily pretend to be the blue moon in the sky in the swamp world." Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there is an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 16:01. The decision will be made in a month. In fact, it wasn't just because he was afraid that the Freedom Federation would find out that something was amiss. The Moon Empress sacred source life form, moon feeding. The Moon Empress had never used it before, or rather, enemies who saw the Moon Empress using moon feed. No one could leave alive. Thus, Even if the Freedom Federation really did discover that the moon in the swamp world had disappeared, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It was also impossible for him to think of the Moon Empress. As the Radiance Federation opened, a Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift appeared. The exploration of the Abyss world, the Moon Empress discovered that in the dimensional world, there was also a clear division of ranks. It was just that this division was a little special. By the power of worship, they were categorized into different levels of life. Above-dimensional creatures were apostles. Above the apostles were the rulers. This clear classification made everything that happened in the dimensional world clear. Everything was in perfect order. Above the apostles, the sovereigns. His strength was already no different from an eternal spiritual object. Furthermore, the Moon Empress believed that the dimensional world definitely had life forms that were stronger than the ruler. Therefore, the powerful life forms in the dimensional world were extremely powerful. It was not impossible to mobilize the power of the celestial bodies. The reason why the Moon Empress said that was because of the Moon Empress. The blessed spirit, who had just reached the eternal realm, cried. He remained in the swamp world. Its fundamental purpose was to give Lin Yuan a layer of insurance. There were many experts in the dimensional world. As a master, he had to think about his disciples' safety. The holy weeping moon beast was in the dimensional world. Even against beings stronger than the divine weeping lunar beast, there was no way he would be able to escape unscathed. Given the sacred weeping moon beast's ability, it should be able to protect him. Now, turbulence was about to arrive. During the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the Tower Dian people might even be present. In the past, the Moon Empress would consider Hui Yao. He might not be able to place the holy weeping moon beast in a dimensional world. But now, both the Moon Empress and Zishi had taken that step. The holy weeping moon beast was originally beneficial to the Moon Empress. For now, it was better than nothing. While the Moon Empress was speaking, a moon-white, long-haired giant appeared. The wolf appeared beside the Moon Queen. The giant wolf retracted all of its aura. Its body length was less than 3 meters. However, no matter how one looked at it, one could see a pure and holy aura from it. Below the wolf head's eyes, there was a deep tear groove. Her tears flowed to the corners of her mouth. There was a kind of fluorescent blue luster flickering in her tears. When Lin Yuan saw this moon-white wolf beast, his eyes lit up. He knew that this wolf was the spirit of providence that had been following his master, Holy Weeping Moon Beast. Lin Yuan subconsciously used true data to investigate. After probing, Lin Yuan discovered something. Apart from its name, the Holy Weeping Moon Beast was also known as the Weeping Moon Beast. The rest of the attributes were all question marks. At that moment, Morbius' voice appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Partner, this chosen spirit has just broken through the barrier of the eternal realm. I haven't reached the step of condensing a life providence. If you want to investigate this favored spirit's data, Yi Zichen said, I can consume a portion of my origin energy to conduct an investigation that transcends realms. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly used his mental energy. He communicated with Morbius. There's no need to consume any origin energy. Once Morbius consumed too much of its origin energy, it would fall asleep. Previously, Morbius had used up some origin energy to help Genius transform its bloodline. If it wasn't necessary, he did not want Morbius to lose any more of its source energy. Although Lin Yuan was the kind of person with a lot of curiosity, he didn't care. However, Lin Yuan's curiosity would never be based on the basis of not letting his partner get hurt. The Holy Weeping Moon Beast, in the form of a giant moon-white wolf, transformed. It turned into a tall, fair-skinned girl. She was wearing a moon-colored fur robe. The huge fur collar on the fur robe was as thick and lush as a wolf's hair. It made Holy Weeping's face look even more petite. Holy Weeping, who had transformed into a human form, bowed to the Moon Empress and said, "As the Moon Empress commands." After speaking, Holy Weeping looked up at Lin Yuan. It revealed a grateful smile at Lin Yuan. For Holy Weeping, Lin Yuan could definitely be called a benefactor. On one hand, Holy Weeping's strength could be improved this time. It all depended on the pure spirit qi that Lin Yuan had left for the Moon Empress. Without that pure spirit qi, it could not be relied on. Holy Weeping did not realize that it had the opportunity to reach this step. It could be said that Holy Weeping's creation. It was created by Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress together. On the other hand, Lin Yuan saved the Mother of Bloodbath. It allowed the Mother of Bloodbath to awaken the favored spirit's bloodline. When the Moon Empress saved the Mother of Bloodbath, not only did he not accept Lin Yuan as a disciple, but he also did not accept Lin Yuan as a disciple. In fact, he didn't even have the intention to accept a disciple. Naturally, he would not think of paving the way for his disciple. Back when the Moon Empress had saved the Mother of Bloodbath, Saint had cried and begged for mercy. Although Holy Weep was a talent, after leaving the blessed mansion, he wanted to find another opportunity. He followed the Moon Empress and treated her as his master. However, Sheng Weep still had deep feelings for the heaven-blessed mansion. And in the entire Heaven's Blessed Dojo, he was the most worthy of Holy Cry. It was the one who had carried him back to the heaven-blessed mansion. The elder sister who had taught him Yu Gui for the past few days, Xue Shua, Lan Lian, and Bai Feng had been visiting him every day. They would look for Holy Weep to get together. Holy Cry learned about this from Blue Lotus. Lin Yuan had the ability to revive Jade Gui's soul. Back then, Saint Weep was the one who got the news. Bai Feng was so excited that she happily collected a jar of tears. Seeing the saint, he could not cry anymore. With Lin Yuan's help, Bai Feng was able to recover. He told Holy Weep about the possibility of Jade Gui's physical body recovering. As a result, Bai Feng collected 2 more jars of tears. Looking at Bai Feng, who was holding his 3 jars of tears with a smirk on her face, Holy Weep was so angry that he directly tore Bai Feng's fishing net clothes. Then he poured all 3 jars of tears into Bai Feng's mouth. Holy Weep knew very well that his tears contained light and life attribute energy. Bai Feng's body contained the power of night. Bai Feng's body contained the power of night. It was not compatible with his own energy. However, the life energy in the tears was of great benefit to Bai Feng. It was just that the light attribute energy would stimulate Bai Feng's stomach. The 3 jars of tears were poured into Bai Feng's stomach. The final result was that Bai Feng squatted in the toilet of the return from Faraway Manor every day. Her whole little face was pale. Yu Gui's death was equivalent to losing a trustworthy pillar in his life. At that time, Holy Weep was very sad. Now, Holy Weep was very grateful to Lin Yuan. Holy Weep said softly to Lin Yuan, "Usually I will transform into Blue Moon in the swamp world. If your highness wants to find me, just call out to the moon. Young lord, if you want to find me, just call out to the moon." Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded at Holy Weep and said, "Auntie Holy Weep, then I'll have to trouble you." Chapter 1602. When Holy Sob heard how Lin Yuan addressed it, it was slightly startled. Although Holy Weep had lived for more than 1,000 years, it was still a powerful existence. But he had always been a child. Otherwise, he would not have done something like pouring his tears into Bai Feng's stomach. When Holy Weep met the Mother of Bloodbath, the Mother of Bloodbath's eyes widened. The Mother of Bloodbath only addressed him as Senior Holy Weep. Back then, Saint Weep didn't think much of it. He had lived to such an old age. How long had the mother of Bloodbath lived? He was indeed the mother of Bloodbath Sr. Holy Weep was a wolf because of it. He had always been firm and indifferent to his feelings. Saintly Weep's feelings were given to the jade, Gouet. Therefore, even though Uguay was dead, this kind of feeling did not make Holy Cry pass on to Blood Beginning, and the mother of Bloodbath. Hence, Holy Cry didn't really acknowledge the mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan could revive the jade Gouet. Holy Weep had acknowledged Lin Yuan. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan called her Anti-Holy Cry. This made Saint Weep suddenly have a feeling in his heart, the feeling that he had grown up. Holy Sob knew very well that the Moon Empress wanted him to stay in the swamp world. What was he thinking in his heart? The Moon Empress wanted to protect Lin Yuan herself. Logically speaking, Saint Weep couldn't reject this favor. Holy Cry decided that as long as Lin Yuan stayed in the swamp world for a day, he would be able to survive. She only had her eyes on Lin Yuan for the entire day. No matter what, she had to ensure Lin Yuan's safety. The Moon Empress raised her eyes and measured the blue moon in the sky. He said to Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, Master is going to swallow the moon. Just go and do whatever you want. I'll need about 2 hours." Wang Chong said. The Moon Empress raised her hand. A staff formed from moonlight appeared in the Moon Empress' hand. The top of the staff was inlaid with 2 gems, one white and one red. Lin Yuan took a closer look and found these 2 gems. They were basically 2 miniature moons. Come to think of it, these 2 miniature moons. This was the moon of the main world and the moon of the abyss world that had been refined into a moon puppet. The moonlight-covered staff was clearly not the original appearance of the sacred source life form, moon nurturing. Rather, it was because the power of the moon contained within the moon feeding technique was simply too dense. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of moonlight. Given his current strength, he simply could not see through this layer of moonlight, nurturing Moon's original appearance. However, Lin Yuan could vaguely feel it. Moon Feeding's body shouldn't be a walking stick. Instead, it was something bent into the shape of a cane. This was because he realized that the shape of this cane was very unique. There would be subtle changes at every moment. Immediately after, Lin Yuan saw his master, the Moon Empress. He threw the Moon Feeding sword into the sky. The moonlight staff immediately turned into a strand of moonlight silk. It covered the blue moon in the sky above the swamp world. It made the blue moon even more hazy and translucent. Lin Yuan stared at Blue Moon. He could vaguely make out a winding figure within the blue moon. Was it a snake? In Lin Yuan's opinion, this figure looked like a ghost. The more he looked at it, the more it resembled a snake. Lin Yuan learned from Baiyan how sacred source life forms were formed. A sacred source life form could feed on meteorological phenomena. This sacred source life form's grade was definitely higher than the other sacred source life forms that Lin Yuan knew of. They were all of a higher level. Lin Yuan's sacred source life form, the sacred sword-wielding queen. It was a fusion of 2 sacred source life forms. Therefore, he could not effectively classify the sacred sword-wielding queen. However, Lin Yuan felt that the Grace Queen's grade was lower than the moon-feeding sword. Previously, Lin Yuan had attributed the Grace Queen's grade to the moon-feeding sword, a sacred source life form formed from a totem that ruled over death. No matter what, the moon-feeding sword had to be a samsara realm ruler, or rather, a dimensional life form above the ruler level had died. It had transformed into a sacred source life form. Such a sacred source life form could descend through a class 5-dimensional rift. It had been obtained by his master. It could definitely be considered his master's fortuitous encounter. At that moment, the Moon Empress' eyes were closed. Moonlight energy, spirit chi, and spiritual energy surged out of her body. It was as if she had fused with the blue moon in the sky. All of this was shielded by the sacred cry. Even the Medusa demons that were watering the jadeite grapes not far from Lin Yuan could not sense it. They could not sense it. Lin Yuan looked at the blue moon in the swamp world and the moonlight that surged out of the Moon Empress body. They had completely fused together. A bright smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The pure spirit chi that he had given the Moon Empress could not be considered a gift in Lin Yuan's eyes. Now, this blue moon in the swamp world, it could definitely be considered a very valuable gift. The Class 6-dimensional rift that the Mother Goddess Federation had opened was the Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. After Bupa became the Mother Goddess disciple. With Lin Yuan's operation, it was not impossible to enter the alien insect world, the Azure Federation's water world, through Yin Lin. There was also a good chance. In the 6-dimensional rifts, there was also a black moon in the underground world. However, for the underground world, this upside-down world, Lin Yuan had not grasped the method yet. No matter what, he had helped his master's sacred source life form, the moon-feeding sword, transform into a moonlight short staff. He had gathered all 6 moon gems. It had become one of Lin Yuan's goals. Lin Yuan knew how much the Moon Empress doted on him. Previously, Lin Yuan did not have the ability. Now that he had the ability, Lin Yuan naturally had to repay her. Or, rather, he doted on his master. Radiant's royal capital, evening had arrived. Originally, it was dusk, and the fiery clouds in the sky were breathtakingly beautiful. Those who lived in the royal capital would always see such fiery clouds. They were already used to it. However, before the sun had completely set, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and the wind raged. A thunderstorm washed over the entire capital. At this moment, on the west side of the royal palace, in the guest hall of the Yaoguang Garden, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was listening to the report of the old man next to him. He kept rubbing his temples with his fingers. After a while, the elegant blue-robed man raised his head. He asked the old man beside him suspiciously, "You're saying that our Azure Federation's 4th Azure envoy, Lady Yinlin, you are already acquainted with the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan, and you even have feelings for him?" The old man nodded solemnly when he heard this. However, just as the old man nodded, he heard an angry shout. "He Chuan, do you think that I, Lan Sun, don't know how to curse? To put it mildly, you're making something out of nothing." In other words, he's trying to sow discord. You've ruined Lord Yinlin's reputation. If this gets out, don't say that Lord Yinlin won't let you off. The Azure Cloud Leopard clan and the entire Azure Federation will not tolerate you. The old man's eyes widened. Making something out of nothing? Sowing discord? I saw it with my own eyes. You didn't see the look in Lord Yinlin's eyes when he saw the Moon Empress disciple. What I saw was only what happened outside the carriage. Who knows what happened inside the carriage? Chapter 1603. The more the elder thought about it, the more wronged he felt. It was you, Lan Sun, who asked me to follow Lady Yinlin. How could I not tell you what happened? If word got out, Lady Yinlin would not let me off. The Azure Clouded Leopard clan and the entire Azure Federation would not tolerate me. What's wrong with me? I'm just telling you what I saw. The wronged elder looked at Lan Sun with a resentful look, but at the same time, the elder knew. Lan Sun had said all this to remind him. Don't say it out loud. The elder was not a fool. As a peak immortal realm expert, he was one step away from eternal realm. The old man was very clear about his responsibilities. In the next 10 years, before the next Azure envoy was confirmed, he would always be Lady Yinlin's protector. For a girl, Her reputation was the most important. If Lady Lin liked a prodigy from the Azure Federation, then so be it. The key was that Lady Lin liked the Moon Empress disciple. Regardless of whether Lan Sun believed it or not, the elder was certain. Lin must be interested in the Moon Empress disciple. Otherwise, she would not have looked at the Moon Empress disciple like that. He saw the elder looking at him with a resentful look. Lan Sun felt his fist itch. He waved his hand and said, "Elder Meng, you can go back." Lady Lin said, "She will be in seclusion for the next few days. You stay here and look after Lady Lin. As for the tour, I'll lead the little guys there." The elder pouted when he heard that Lan Sun wanted him to go back. The elder could only follow Lan Sun's instructions. After the elder left, Lan Sun's brows furrowed tightly. Lan Sun knew that Elder Meng's words were exaggerated, but it was definitely not something that came out of nowhere. Regarding Lin, he could not have said it blindly. It was very likely that what Elder Meng had said was the truth. Lan Sun was very clear about Lin's background. Lan Sun felt that it was impossible for Lin to have known Lin Yuan. But if that was the case, why was Lin so familiar with the Moon Empress disciple? Could it be that the sacred source life form that the Moon Empress disciple contracted had charming abilities? No. Lady Lin contracting 2 sacred source life forms was a secret of the Azure Federation. There was a second sacred source life form. Lin, who had 2 sacred source life forms, could not be controlled by her peers. The more Lan Sun thought about it, the more clueless he became. It wasn't good to ask Lin face to face. Lin and the Moon Empress disciple had a secret discussion. Elder Meng sensed along the way. No one from the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission had inquired about all this. Presumably, the people from the Freedom Federation hadn't heard the news yet. If the Moon Empress disciple invited Lin to the Fey carriage, what could they talk about? It must be related to the Radiance 100 sequence selection that would take place in a few days. Originally, when Lan Sun saw that Lin had refused to cooperate with the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission, he thought that Lin didn't want to get involved in this mess. But from the looks of it, Lin's intentions might not be as simple as that. Was it possible that Lady Lin, from the very beginning, are they already leaning toward the Radiance Federation? The Azure Federation had always been neutral. He had cooperated with the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation. But when the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation truly wrestled with each other, it was impossible for the Azure Federation to remain unscathed. The Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation would force the Azure Federation to make a choice. Who should he lean towards? Between the 12 great Azure families, they hadn't been able to come up with a consensus. The purpose of this trip to the Radiance Federation was to announce Lady Lin becoming the 4th Azure envoy to the world. The number 1 figure in the entire Azure Federation's diplomatic mission was Lin, the Azure envoy. As Lin's teacher, he was just accompanying her. Therefore, no matter what Lin thought or what decision she made, she could represent the will of the entire Azure Federation's diplomatic mission. Lan Sun didn't intend to consider too much. Anyway, he just had to ensure Lady Lin's safety. Lan Sun was very confident about this. After the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission arrived at the Radiance Federation, they didn't stay in the Radiance Federation's Featherlight Palace that was specially arranged for the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission. Instead, they stayed in a newly purchased courtyard on the Gushing Rock Mountain. It could be said that the Freedom Federation's start. It was obvious that they didn't trust the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission might have come to the Radiance Federation with a special purpose. However, they were also very afraid that the Radiance Federation would do something to the Featherlight Palace. At that moment, in the gushing Rock Mountain's courtyard, they held up a powerful position. This position firmly enveloped the entire gushing Rock Mountain. At that moment, inside the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission, there was also a meeting going on. Holding up this barrier would make the contents of the meeting clear. The Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission definitely didn't want outsiders to know. Qian Yu was the freedom envoy of the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission on the surface. He sat on the main seat in the courtyard. 3 elders stood beside him. Yanling, Yu Changjian, and Kai Hua sat below Qian Yu respectively. The rest of the independent 100-sequence geniuses stood in place with their heads lowered. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was the Freedom Federation's internal meeting. These independent 100-sequence members didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Yanling looked at her fingers and said, "Big Brother Qian, I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill." How strong can the new Radiance 100-sequence members on the Radiance Federation's side be? How strong can the new Radiance 100-sequence members on the Radiance side be? Longsword and Aho don't even need to fight. After hearing Yanling's words, Qian Yu's face suddenly darkened. Qian Yu's face sank when he heard Yanling's words. "Yanling, if you continue to be so arrogant, after we return, I will report this matter truthfully to Her Holiness. After we return, I will report this matter truthfully to Her Holiness. This time, the 3 of you know why we're here. If it's just to kill the 10 new Radiance 100-sequence members, any one of you can make a move. Apart from the 3 of you, Yuhairan might be a better choice. The 3 of you will make a move together. It's because your sacred source life forms can cooperate with each other. If your arrogance spoils this time's goal and affects Her Holiness' subsequent plans against the current Radiance envoys, after you return to the Freedom Federation, you will have to bear the consequences yourself." After hearing Qian Yu's words, Yanling's face turned cold. She still felt that she was strong enough. However, she didn't dare to show it anymore. Compared to Yu Changjian and Kai Hua, Yanling had always been arrogant. This was because Yanling was favored by the 3 holiness in the Freedom Federation. As for Kai Hua and Yu Changjian, there were only 2 of them. However, Yanling couldn't be truly worry-free. If she really messed things up in the Radiance Federation this time, after Qian Yu returned, he would report this matter to Her Holiness in the Freedom Temple. Chapter 1604. He was 100% sure that he would be questioned by the Majesties. There was even a possibility of punishment. In the Freedom Federation, he wanted to become a freedom envoy. This was a very difficult thing to do. Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian were confident. It came from the 3 sacred source life forms' ability to complement each other. The 3 of them together were definitely more valuable than the other 3 alone. Every majesty of the Freedom Federation would never only care for a single member of the younger generation. For example, Du Miao, who favored the younger generation the most, favored a total of 6 people. Yanling knew that she was very important, but he didn't feel like he couldn't be replaced. Yanling admitted defeat. "Big Brother Qian, I looked down on the younger generation of Radiance. This time, Big Brother Qian is the leader of the envoy group. If there's anything, the 3 of us will listen to Big Brother Qian." Yu Changjian and Kai Hua were displeased by Yanling's words. Along the way, Qian Yu had always wanted to grasp the absolute right to speak. But in fact, the 3 of them were His Majesty's caretakers. At the same time, he had quite a bit of authority. In some matters, if their wishes were right, they would not be able to do so. Even if this matter was against Qian Yu's opinion, Qian Yu also needed to make a corresponding compromise. But now, because of Qian Yu's words, Yanling actually became angry. He directly spoke up, giving the authority of the three of them to Qian Yu. This time, he would be able to kill as many of Hui Yao's disciples as possible. The more Radiance envoys were weakened, the more comprehensive strength the next Radiance envoy would have. The more contributions they made, the greater the contribution. Qian Yu was an extremely selfish person who placed his own interests above everything else. In this duel, they were going to hunt down the younger generation of Hui Yao. However, if Hui Yao's younger generation was stronger than him, in that case, he and the others would also become prey. Therefore, he had the right to speak in this aspect. He had to stay on his side. Kaiwa spoke first. Big Brother Qian, I heard that among the younger generation of the Radiance sect, there is a person called Black who is extremely powerful. On our way here, we saw a lot of people imitating Black on the street. Although we haven't gotten any information yet, it's hard to believe that a person can be praised to such an extent. Black is definitely at the peak of the younger generation. I suggest that Black be treated as an opponent on the same level as His Majesty's disciple. Black has always been wearing a mask. It's highly possible that he really is a disciple of His Holiness. That's why I suggest that we only drag one of Her Holiness's disciples into the water during the duel. In this battle, we will eliminate Black and one of His Holiness's disciples, as well as the 9 members of the Federation of Radiance's 100 sequence. We have completed His Majesty's mission. When Yu Changjian saw Kai Hua, he said what he wanted to say. He didn't say anything more. If Qian Yu had a different opinion later, then he stood up for Kai Hua. It was much better than agreeing with them now. When Qian Yu heard Kai Hua's words, he felt that Yanling, Yu Changjian, and Kai Hua were a team. It was quite interesting. Yanling was arrogant, Kai Hua was conservative, and Changjian liked to retreat. As long as his teammates could stand up for him, he would never stand up for himself. The 3 of them were a flawed team, but they could complement each other perfectly. Qian Yu did not intend to do as Kai Hua said. Black was regarded as a disciple of His Holiness Hui Yao, but the Holiness in the Temple of Liberty would not agree. Wouldn't this be a wasted trip? He would also be laughed at by the other 4 messengers. Therefore, Qian Yu decided he had to do something big. However, Qian Yu wasn't in a hurry to reveal his plans. Instead, he changed the topic and said, I just received news today that His Holiness Cicada Cry of Hui Yao has accepted a new disciple. This disciple is a support class spirit chi professional called Gao Feng. I will participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Qian Yu paused for a moment before continuing. Cicada Cry's disciple Gao Feng is a pure support. I think we can consider him and Black as one of Her Holiness's disciples. Yanling, what do you think? Qian Yu knew the arrogant Yanling at this moment. He would definitely agree with his point of view. Sure enough, Yanling heard Qian Yu's words. He said directly, if there aren't 2 or more main attackers, pure support is completely useless. Treating Gao Feng and Black as disciples of His Majesty is already overestimating them. Hearing Yanling's words, Qian Yu looked at Kai Hua. Kai Hua's expression darkened. It just so happened that Kai Hua was a pure support spirit chi professional. It was the same as Gao Feng's. At this moment, Yu Changjian could not hold it in anymore and said, if that's the case, then we'll plan to call for the next disciple. Won't we have to face 2 disciples of His Majesty and an unknown Black at the same time? Qian Yu shook his head and replied, not 2, but 4. Hearing Qian Yu's words, even the arrogant Yanling's expression darkened. There were only 3 of them, and they had to fight 4 disciples of Her Majesty. There were only 3 of them, yet they were going to fight Hui Yao's 4 disciples. Just as the 3 of them were about to oppose, they heard Qian Yu say, you said that I'm 28 years old this year, the youngest among the previous freedom envoys. using me to fight in exchange for 3 disciples of Her Majesty. Do you think the Radiant sect will agree?" Hearing Qian Yu's words, Yanling, Yu Changjian, and Kai Hua were suddenly enlightened. Upon hearing Qian Yu's words, Yanling, Yu Changjian, and Kai Hua were enlightened. The 3 of them were hidden among the independent 100 sequence members. The Radiant sect could not possibly know their identities. The Radiance 100 sequence already had a disciple of Her Majesty. There was already 1 disciple of Her Majesty in the Radiance 100 sequence. Then, the 3 of them would fight Qian Yu. For the sake of their reputation, it was impossible for the Radiance 100 sequence to disagree. Qian Yu's current age was still within the range of the Radiance 100 sequence. By then, there would be 4 disciples of Her Majesty and Black, who was famous in the Radiance 100 sequence. If the 5 of them were to be killed, the Radiant sect's younger generation would suffer a heavy blow. After returning, the 3 of them would be recognized as the next freedom envoys. It was basically a done deal. Furthermore, Qian Yu would personally fight. It was impossible for him not to find a way out for himself. Qian Yu was the youngest freedom envoy in the Freedom Federation. He would definitely cherish his life. At the thought of this, Yanling, Yu Changjian, and Kai Hua nodded. "Let's do as Big Brother Qian Yu says." Yu Changjian thought for a moment and said, "Big Brother Qian Yu, let's do it." "Big Brother Qian, if you are rejected by the Radiance sect, my bottom line is still to call for another disciple of Her Majesty. I think I won't fight more than this number. I'm sure Her Majesty, who cares for me, will be able to understand." Qian Yu did not say anything. On the other hand, the 3 elders beside Qian Yu only felt mentally exhausted. Qian Yu had pulled the 3 of them and made such a big deal. All the pressure before returning to the Freedom Federation would probably be on the 3 of them. No way. They had to report to the Temple of Liberty. They had to let a Lord Her Majesty come to the Radiance sect to be safe. Instant update of Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there's an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 16:05. In the swamp world, it had always been daytime. The sky would never be completely dark. Actually, it wasn't accurate to say it that way. According to his observations, the swamp world also had day and night. It was daytime in the swamp world, and the sky was green. At night, the sky will turn light purple. The sun and the moon hung in the sky at the same time. However, compared to the daytime, the cyan moon in the swamp world, in the light purple sky, it would be more conspicuous. The creatures in the swamp world did not sense it at all. At this moment, the moon empress in the sky had already disappeared. What replaced it was the original energy of the moon. The holy weeping moon beast had already transformed into a moon and was gathering the azure moon energy within the swamp world to conceal itself. He was prepared to firmly guard Lin Yuan in the swamp world. The pale blue moon seemed a little brighter than usual. Moonlight sprinkled down, and the wisps of moonlight intertwined with each other. In the Moon Empress' hand, a moonlight short staff was formed. Originally, there were only 2 round moon gems on the short staff, 1 white and 1 red. Now, there was another cyan full moon gem. This green, round moon gem was proof of the Moon Empress' sacred source life form. Feed the moon. He had mastered another moon hoe. At that moment, the Moon Empress opened her eyes. He smiled faintly at Lin Yuan. "Little Yuan, Master thanks you for giving Master this fortuitous encounter." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan quickly replied, "Master, you don't have to thank me. Master has saved my life many times. If you really want to say thank you, Master, and I will never be able to finish it." The Moon Empress wasn't the kind of person who would easily thank others. He had never said a word of thanks in his entire life. To Lin Yuan, it was because he had really changed the Moon Empress too much. Having an infinite lifespan was just 1 point. With pure spiritual chi, crossing that step was just 1 point. Getting the third moon avatar was still 1 point. The Moon Empress asked herself about these 3 points. It was impossible for him to obtain it by himself. However, Lin Yuan was right. Saying thanks to his own disciple was really treating him like an outsider. At that moment, the Moon Empress heard Lin Yuan's voice. Master, the density of the spiritual chi I prepared has increased again. Apart from that, I can also produce elemental energy that is purer than heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I've already collected more than 1,000 soul forest peonies. Now is the time. I'll give these over 1,000 spirit-containing peonies to my master. As he spoke, he handed a diamond phase storage box to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress took the diamond phase storage box from Lin Yuan. She suddenly felt that she was with Lin Yuan. Why did it seem as though Lin Yuan had become his master? Where did Lin Yuan get so many good things? It could produce purer elemental energy than heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. He could already use this ability. It was to define the standard of a Class 6 creation master. In the end, the Moon Empress didn't stand on ceremony. This was because the pure spirit chi could indeed allow the Moon Empress to do many things. Xian, you had already reached that level. As long as there was pure spirit chi, San Yue would be able to do it. He had taken that final step. During this time, the Moon Empress had learned about Chu Si's talent from Cold Moon. It could be said that Chu Si's talent had surprised the Moon Empress. Many of them had become B-rank spirit chi professionals at the age of 16. Although the speed of breaking through to spirit chi professionals was faster than ordinary spirit chi professionals, it could not be considered a standard to measure strength. This was because ordinary spirit chi professionals had limited resources. The strength of phase would never reach the limit of their spirit chi professional rank. However, Chu Si was completely different. Chu Si was in a situation where she had a massive amount of resources. As long as the spirit chi professional's rank increased, the strength of the phase would immediately increase. Cold Moon performed the rolling tier on Chu Si. It could be said that Chu Si's current strength, she was already not inferior to most of the 100 sequence members. In another year, Chu Si would come to the royal capital to study at the Advanced Spirit Chi University. She would then be able to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Originally, Chu Si had wanted to jump the queue and register for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. She would become a 100 sequence member with Lin Yuan. However, Song Yu had directly rejected him. Cold Moon did not want Chu Si to be at such a young age. She would be involved in the dispute between the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan would be involved in this matter alone. Cold Moon was already worried. She really couldn't bear to let Chu Si get involved again. On the other hand, Song Yu felt that if Chu Si really participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, she would not be able to do so. He really couldn't explain to Lin Yuan. According to Song Yu's prediction, no matter how slow Chu Si was, she wouldn't be able to catch up. 5 years before the age of 21. He could also become an A-rank spirit chi professional. At that time, she would be able to possess a myth breed fae. Song Yu had never had any expectations for Chu Si, but now Song Yu felt that Chu Si might have the ability to do so in 2 years, to participate in the selection of the Radiance Envoy. At the very least, he could become a member of the Radiant Light Knights. However, after thinking about it, Song Yu finally decided not to let Chu Si go 2 years later. to get involved in this muddy water. 10 years later, Chu Si was 26 years old. At that time, it would not be too late to run for the Radiance Envoy position. Directly becoming a Radiance Envoy was much better than becoming a member of the Radiance Light Knights. She could dedicate her entire life to the Moon Empress and Hui Yao. However, Sangyu only hoped that Chu Si could live a worry-free life. The Moon Empress took the diamond phase storage box that Lin Yuan handed over and said, "That's right. Little Yuan, let's go back." At this time, Sangyu and little Si should have already returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan took out the treasured artifact made of the treasure cave golden toad skin and stomach sack. He stored the Moon Empress in it. Then, he returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone through the Klein Hub. Finally, he stepped out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone and returned to the breeding room. In the breeding room, Lin Yuan immediately released his master, the Moon Empress. She watched as he returned to the Radiant Moon Palace in a moment. The Moon Empress was increasingly curious about Lin Yuan's methods. However, curiosity was just curiosity. Not only would the Moon Empress not investigate Lin Yuan's methods. Instead, she could help Lin Yuan keep his secrets. Just as he pushed open the breeding room's door, Lin Yuan saw Chu Si standing at the door, obviously waiting for him to come out. The moment she saw Lin Yuan, Chu Si's face revealed a pure smile. She opened her arms. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly stepped forward and hugged Chu Si. Then, he carried Chu Si and gently spun her around. Lin Yuan realized that Chu Si had grown a lot taller. Previously, Chu Si's height only reached his shoulder. Now it was up to his face. At the same time, Chu Si seemed to have become a little lighter. Lin Yuan immediately frowned and asked Chu Si, "Chu Si, have you developed the habit of being picky recently? Since you were young, I've told you to eat a little of everything. Don't be picky. Since you were young, I've told you to eat a little of everything. Don't be picky." Chapter 1606. Chu Si pouted when she heard that. She thought to herself, "I'm not a picky eater. I was just immature when I was young. Whenever I saw food, I would want to eat more. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to eat it anymore." Chu Si had learned to control her eating. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan with her mouth agape. Lin Yuan was a smart person, but why was he so straight sometimes? Girls grew up and understood beauty and ugliness. Naturally, she would control her weight. However, Chu Si did look a little thinner than she had before. The Moon Empress reached out and stroked the hair on Chu Si's head. "I'm going to help Cold Moon and Mystic Moon prepare dinner. You two siblings must have a lot of secrets to tell each other." The Moon Empress turned around and left the breeding room. Previously, the Moon Empress only had 3 years left in her lifespan. Mystic Moon learned about it from the cicada. If not for the cicada, Mystic Moon would not have known about it. Mystic Moon would not have known about it. Mystic Moon did not want to tell Cold Moon about it. However, as one of the Moon Envoys, Cold Moon should know about it. Fortunately, the Moon Empress was out of danger and was on the right track. Mystic Moon said to Cold Moon solemnly, "Cold Moon, when you called me last month, you asked me why I was in low spirits for a period of time. I didn't tell you then. I'll tell you why now. 10 years ago, the Moon Empress injured her foundation during a battle. She only has 3 years left in her lifespan." Cold Moon was processing the golden silk blood jujubes. She was preparing some jujubes for Chu Si to drink at night. Upon hearing that, Cold Moon's eyes turned blood red. It was as if layers of blood scabs had congealed in her eyes. Mystic Moon hurriedly said, "Fortunately, the young lord helped the Moon Empress find a way out. Now, the Moon Empress is fine. It was a blessing in disguise, and her strength has increased. Upon hearing that, Cold Moon's eyes turned blood red. It did not subside. Cold Moon picked up the jujubes and threw it at Mystic Moon. Can you stop gasping for air when talking about this kind of thing? Can't you tell me the result first? Seeing this, Xian Yu immediately dodged backward. He thought to himself. When he was speaking, he did pause for a while. But that was because he had seen Song Yu's eyes turn red. I was worried about Song Yu's condition, so I didn't have time to tell her. Little White Rabbit witnessed everything from the side. He chewed on the carrot leisurely as he thought to himself. Given Song Yu's feelings for the Moon Empress, the worry in her heart would not be vented on Xian Yu. This matter was definitely not over. Coincidentally, the Moon Empress walked over. When Song Yu saw the moon, she pushed it away. He came to the Moon Empress' side and asked, "Moon Empress, you..." When the Moon Empress saw Cold Moon's expression, she knew it was Mystic Moon. He told Song Yu about it. The Moon Empress did not intend to hide this matter from Song Yu. The Moon Empress knew that Song Yu wouldn't want her to hide anything. Xian Yu obviously knew about it, but he didn't know anything at all. However, the Moon Empress had originally planned to do it tonight. He invited Song Yu to look at the night sky, and then he would personally tell Song Yu. The Moon Empress shook her head as she looked at the worried Cold Moon. "I'm fine now. Cold Moon, I'm going to attend the Imperial Court Council in the next 2 days. I'll let Mystic Moon help you break through." After hearing the Moon Empress' words, Cold Moon was worried and surprised. "Moon Empress, I want to break through." Spirit Chi. Before Cold Moon could finish, Mystic Moon had already spoken. "My strength has broken through. If I want to break through, I definitely need more pure Spirit Chi than those Fays of yours." Hearing this, Song Yu suddenly remembered. When she sparred with Mystic Moon previously, Mystic Moon could easily dodge the jade pestle in her hand every time. Cold Moon immediately asked the Moon Empress in surprise, "Moon Empress, your creation master strength has improved again." The Moon Empress pondered for a moment and did not deny it. In the Moon Empress' opinion, this pure Spirit Chi was also a trump card for Lin Yuan. Such a matter could not be left unattended. It was better for one less person to know. The Moon Empress personally started to prepare dinner. Cold Moon and Mystic Moon helped at the side. He watched helplessly as the Moon Empress stewed the creation breed phase dragon tendon in the stew pot. Lin Yuan had been chatting with Chu Si for a while. He heard Chu Si happily say that her strength had increased to that of a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. Lin Yuan did not dare to believe his ears. He was only a B-rank Spirit Chi professional now. Chu Si, who was 2 years younger than him, had actually caught up to him. At that moment, Chu Si continued to speak. "Lin Yuan, Master has upgraded both of my fantasy breed phase to Diamond X, the Burning Sunflower Twins. Master told me not to raise their grades first. After comprehending the willpower rune and letting the Burning Sunflower Twins become fantasy breeds, I will raise their grades. It's just that I have not comprehended a suitable willpower rune for the Burning Sunflower Twins." At this point, Chu Si's face did not show any signs of frustration. She was very clear about her progress during this period. After all, she knew very well how much she had improved during this period of time. She waved her hand, and a white crystal-like willpower rune appeared. With a wave of her hand, a white crystal-like willpower rune appeared. It shot out from Chu Si's spiritual spatial zone. It revolved around Chu Si's fingers. Lin Yuan did not expect Chu Si to comprehend another willpower rune. Lin Yuan immediately sensed the willpower rune in Chu Si's palm. Under his perception, Lin Yuan found this crystal-like willpower rune. It was the same willpower rune that Chu Si had comprehended from steel when she had fused it with the obsidian iron wild bull. They had the same effect through different means. Obviously, they were very suitable for defense-type fays. The moment he probed this willpower rune, Lin Yuan thought of the tool transformation pimple crystal muscle that he had prepared for Chu Si. It could be said that this crystal-like willpower rune was suitable for defense-type phase. It was very compatible with the pimple crystal muscle. It was simply a willpower rune tailor-made for the pimple crystal muscle. At present, Chu Si had comprehended 3 willpower runes. This kind of perception of willpower runes was really amazing. Lin Yuan had always felt that. He had such a strong perception thanks to the souls of 2 lifetimes in his body. But now it seemed that it was not just that. Through Chu Si's perception of willpower runes, his parents' genes should be very outstanding. He had such a strong perception of willpower runes. It definitely had a lot to do with genes. He did not immediately take out the acne crystal muscle and let Chu Si contract it. Instead, he said to Chu Si, "Come, summon the Diamond X/Fantasy Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly." Chapter 1607, the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly could be said to be the phase that Lin Yuan had created. When the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull was still a sharp rock bull, due to the sudden opening of the alien insect dimensional rift, he was severely injured. At the time, Yang Mingkai had been helpless against the heavily injured Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. He had almost treated the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull as a meat cow. It was Lin Yuan who had discovered the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's elite skill, sacrifice, and saved it. It also gave her a chance to change her fate. Otherwise, Lin Yuan, who had just discovered his body's peculiarity, would not have been able to do so. He wanted to raise a large sum of money in a short time. It was truly difficult to buy a high-quality bronze fey. For Chu Si, he had also obtained the yellow jadeite golden butterfly from Lu Jia. He had gotten it when he traded for the cocoons. At that time, Lu Jia was disheartened by the insect queen's death. He had lost the opportunity to become a spirit chi professional. He wore a mask and concealed his identity. Occasionally, he would rely on the insect queen's ability to go up the mountain to collect some spiritual materials. In addition to providing for himself, he also provided for many homeless children. For the education of these children, he had obtained the yellow jadeite golden butterfly from Lu Jia, and it was just a dust butterfly in a cocoon. It evolved from a dust butterfly to a Vajra butterfly. Then it was induced by the pollen of the golden peony and pure spiritual energy. This caused the evolution path of the jade butterfly to mutate. As it turned out, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly was of the gold attribute. It was more suitable for Chu Si than the wood attribute jadeite butterfly. The metal elemental yellow jadeite golden butterfly had a stronger defense than the wood elemental jadeite butterfly, also more aggressive. However, it did not mean that there were no drawbacks at all. Compared with the jadeite jade butterfly, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had a disadvantage. Was it like the jadeite butterfly, which had a certain supporting effect? According to what Chu Si had just said, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had already evolved to the diamond rank. If that was the case, it must be the bloodline of the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. It should have evolved. He didn't know that the yellow jadeite golden butterfly was in the process of evolving into the tourmaline emperor butterfly. Could the yellow jadeite golden butterfly retain the golden petal peony pollen to bring about the mutation? Under Tsang Yu's tutelage, Chu Si learned a lot. He was getting more and more aware of how important privacy was to a spirit chi professional. If his phase information was leaked, the opponent just happened to counter the phase characteristics, even if the enemy's overall strength was inferior to his own. It was also very likely that the boat would capsize in the gutter. If someone else wanted to see Chu Si's Fey, they wouldn't be able to do so. Chu Si would never casually summon a Fey. However, she was not the slightest bit wary of Lin Yuan. She was known as the Radiance's youngest genius on the star web. However, she knew that all this glory had been brought to her by Lin Yuan. Chu Xi would never forget it. Back then, he had been so dizzy that he couldn't even stand up. He still brought his own livelihood with him. In the beginning, when the two of them depended on each other, the family was so poor that they only had a bowl of porridge left. Lin Yuan left this bowl of porridge for himself. In the middle of the night, he would secretly nibble on the usnea vine's leaves like a herbivorous fay. The usnea was not as mild as the army ration radish. Even ordinary people could eat it. Usnea leaves were very stimulating to the stomach. When spirit chi professionals ate it, their stomachs would be in unbearable pain. It was unlike herbivorous fays that had a strong resistance to usnea leaves. Therefore, no matter what happened, he would always be her most important person. Chu Xi immediately waved her hand and summoned her two fays. Immediately, Lin Yuan saw a sturdy bull with a body length of 5 meters and a height of 2.5 meters. It appeared next to Chu Xi. The bull's entire body had a mirror-like silver sheen. Through this layer of skin, one could see the bull's body. Explosive streamlined muscles. Lin Yuan had seen so many fays. Even a tiger species fay could not compare to this bull species fay in terms of strength and beauty. The bull tail, which was nearly 1 meter long, gently swung behind it. The swinging bull tail dragged a series of sonic booms in the air. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Chu Xi stand on her tiptoes. She reached out to touch the huge bull's cheek and said, "Little iron lump, I know you're happy to see Lin Yuan, but how many times have I told you not to always swing your tail when you're happy? Don't learn from those stinky hippos. If I didn't know better, I would think you're farting." Upon hearing that, the obsidian iron wild bull mooed twice. It seemed to be responding to Chu Xi. Then it obediently put down its tail. The bull looked at Lin Yuan, full of joy. Lin Yuan pursed his lips when he heard Chu Xi address the obsidian iron wild bull. "This is a little iron lump. This is simply a bull-shaped dump truck." The obsidian iron wild bull had turned silver. It was obvious that its bloodline had evolved. It should be called Little Silver Nugget. For the obsidian iron wild bull, the changes to its skin were among the other changes. It could barely be considered third. The obsidian iron wild bull's silver bull body was inlaid with clusters of black gems. Under the illumination of the light, the black gems emitted a multicolored light. This color was the same as the original skin color of the obsidian iron wild bull. They were all multicolored black. Come to think of it, the obsidian iron wild bull must have gathered the energy of its original bloodline. It must have gathered in these clusters of crystals. The obsidian iron wild bull's body changed the most. The obsidian iron wild bull's horns. Originally, the obsidian iron wild bull's horns were in an elemental state. The bull's entire head was clearly not connected to its body by horns. However, pitch-black sharp horns would constantly appear around the obsidian iron wild bull's head. Each time it appeared, the shape would be different. In battle, the obsidian iron wild bull could make the most suitable choice for the battle. Depending on the fey it was facing, it could produce the most suitable horns for battle or sneak attack. It was clearly just charging forward. However, it could use the changes in its horns to effectively and accurately attack the enemy. If another cow species fey wanted to collide with the hornless obsidian iron wild bull, the only outcome would be when the collision was about to occur. The horns suddenly drilled out from the sides of the obsidian iron wild bull's eyes. They pierced through the cow fey's eyes and penetrated its skull. They also stopped the fey that was about to collide with the obsidian iron wild bull. Just by relying on the elemental horns, the obsidian iron wild bull was able to kill. The obsidian iron wild bull's elemental horns were definitely a killing weapon among defense-type fays. Now, Lin Yuan realized that the obsidian iron wild bull's elemental horns, most of them were silver. Only a small portion was black. Occasionally, there would be a mixture of black and silver. Some of the horns were plated with a layer of black on top of the silver. Some were plated with a layer of silver on top of the black. It was obvious that the obsidian iron wild bull's bloodline had evolved. It could use the power of its bloodline very flexibly. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius True Data to investigate the obsidian iron wild bull. Chapter 1608. Fey name, Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull Spirit Species, Horn Species / Bull Species, Fey Grade, Diamond 5 out of 10. Fey Type, Metal Fey Quality, Fantasy II Skills Frowny Face Thorn Horn, attach metal to a rhinoceros horn and use it to charge forward without regard for injuries. Sacrifice, when the contestant is injured, help the contestant take the initiative to share the damage. If the contestant is injured, the contestant will feed back his own life force to the contestant. Pain Buffer. When receiving elemental damage, the surface of the body will form a shield that isolates elemental damage. It will buffer the elemental energy on the surface of the body for a period of time. The damage will only be received after the shield is broken. Mirror Skin. The body forms a silver mirror-like skin. When receiving elemental attacks, the mirror-like skin can reflect elemental energy, reflecting a portion of the elemental attack back to the opponent, causing damage to the opponent. Horn of Fury combines the energy extracted from metal with sunlight, using sunlight to activate the metal's energy. When dealing damage to the opponent, the metal's energy will spread into the target's body and condense within the target's body. Taste of Pain. Every time you are attacked, you will taste pain, causing the pain to multiply. The pain will temporarily temper your willpower and temporarily increase your mental strength. Exclusive skill Frowny Face Pain Absorption. When receiving damage, absorb a portion of the damage and convert it into HP. Gaze of Annihilation. The Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull's prideful battle sense and battle fervor drives its instinctive footsteps. The Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull instantly converts all damage it receives into a mental attack to attack its opponent. After probing, Lin Yuan discovered something. The Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's Fey name had changed to Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull. It was also a metal-type Fey. The Fey's grade had become Diamond V/Fantasy 3. At Chu Ci's age, this level of strength was unfathomable. It could be said that this was unprecedented among the entire younger generation of the Radiance sect, apart from the true top young powerhouses like Zhongzhe and he. Chu Ci no longer lacked anything in terms of phase. After all, if Lin Yuan wanted to find some resources, he would be able to do so. It could easily upgrade the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull from Diamond V to Fantasy 3. It transformed into a Diamond X/Fantasy V. However, even if Chu Ci's Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull was upgraded to Diamond X/Fantasy V, he still couldn't be compared to Zhongzhe, Anha, and the others. Firstly, Chu Ci did not have a desolate bloodline Fey. Secondly, Chu Ci was still young and did not have a sacred source item. Merging with a sacred source life form too early could harm the soul. The soul is the weight of a person. No one who treated Chu Ci well would be willing to let her take on such a risk. In terms of skills, the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull had the common skill, Thornhorn, and the elite skill, Sacrifice. There were no changes to the silver skill, Pain Buffer. It was no wonder. After all, the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull was different from Chimey. Chimey and Genius weren't even phase previously. He was constantly digging out the potential of his bloodline. That was why they kept evolving. The Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull was a Fey with a fixed bloodline. He had evolved from the Sharp Rock Bull, Sharp Iron Horn Bull, and Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. It couldn't do without Lin Yuan's pure spirit chi. In fact, he wanted to help Chu Xi enhance her phase, using pure spirit chi to increase the phase strength. It would often promote the bloodline and produce more evolution possibilities. However, it did not matter if Chu Xi's phase were upgraded by cold moon. After that, Chu Xi's phase would be nourished by pure spirit chi. It would have the same effect. Lin Yuan planned to wait until Chu Xi became an A-rank spirit chi professional. Then, he would nourish the mirror silver obsidian bull. He would strive to let the mirror silver obsidian bull become a myth breed. Its bloodline could be improved again. As for the mirror silver obsidian bull's gold skills, they were all obtained by Chu Xi after she went out to train. Lin Yuan had never seen them before. The gold skill, mirror skin, was probably because Cold Moon had fed the obsidian iron wild bull mirror silver. This rare platinum spiritual material had caused the obsidian iron wild bull's bloodline to transform. Thus, it had obtained this skill. The mirror skin skill perfectly made up for the mirror silver obsidian bull's pain buffer. It was equivalent to increasing the durability of the pain buffer. It also greatly increased the mirror silver obsidian bull's elemental resistance. Coupled with the exclusive skill, pain absorption, it allowed the mirror silver obsidian bull to obtain a recovery effect while improving its overall ability. It would undoubtedly make it more difficult for the opponent to get rid of the mirror silver obsidian bull in battle. At the same time, the mirror silver obsidian bull could also return the opponent's elemental damage to the opponent. In a way, even if the mirror silver obsidian bull escaped from the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's exclusive skill, shield explosion, it could still counterattack. It could still reflect the damage. It had become a gasoline barrel in the truest sense. If you dare to light a fire, I'll burn it. Then, everyone would be burned to death. The mirror silver obsidian bull was an iron lump that devoured metal spiritual materials and was very resistant to physical attacks. Now, it had increased its elemental resistance. It would be very difficult for the mirror silver obsidian bull to feel pain when it was attacked by the same fae. The platinum skill, Obsidian Rage Horn, gave the mirror silver obsidian bull an additional attack method. This attack method was very advanced. It could deal damage, support, and control in one. The obsidian crystal on the mirror silver obsidian bull's body absorbed light. It could activate the metal energy in the body. It condensed the activated metal energy and formed a giant horn to hit the enemy. The giant horn could reduce the opponent's defense. This effect could support any fae that relied on physical damage to attack. With the metal energy in the mirror silver obsidian bull's body, it was enough to condense a metal horn as thick as a water bucket. The 8-meter-long metal horn would penetrate the target's body. It could directly poke a huge hole in the target's body. After the horn attacked the target, it would fuse into the target's body like mercury. The metal energy would condense in the target's body at will. It was like burying a pile of swords and nails in the target's body. Under the attack of this kind of attack, the heavenly dragon king's body trembled. It was hard to imagine how much pain it would cause to the target. The mirror silver obsidian bull's platinum skill, Obsidian Rage Horn. It established the mirror silver obsidian bull's position as the main attacker among all of Chu Xi's fays. The diamond skill, Taste of Pain, looked ordinary and even a little useless. When being beaten, it would feel double the pain. What kind of human suffering was this? For most fays, it was enough to be a negative skill. After all, pain itself was a kind of mental damage. However, this skill was a divine skill for the mirror silver obsidian bull. Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there's an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 1609. The mirror silver obsidian bull could rely on this pain to temporarily increase its mental power. Furthermore, According to the mirror silver obsidian bull's advancement to a fantasy breed, it had obtained the exclusive annihilation gaze. It could inflict all the damage the mirror silver obsidian bull suffered in battle. This included the double pain that was converted into mental damage. Both of them used the method of mental damage to retaliate against the opponent. This skill buffed the obsidian bull's painful gaze. It could also be said that it shortened the duration of the painful gaze. This would allow the mirror silver obsidian bull to absorb the pain and use annihilation gaze. The mirror silver obsidian bulls were simply too well-rounded in battle. At that moment, Chu Ci spoke. Lin Yuan, among my two fays, little iron chunk hasn't changed much. Little gold nugget has changed a lot. Now, when we fight, we have the little gold nugget. Little iron mine is much stronger than before. Don't be fooled by little iron block's recklessness. Little iron blocks don't have much stamina. But with the little gold nugget, it can last much longer than before. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze away from the mirror silver obsidian bull. He looked at the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. In terms of appearance, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly could be said to be a world-shaking change had taken place. The biggest change was in his body color. The yellow jadeite golden butterfly was in a translucent state. It was like a yellow jade with flowing gold inside. The butterfly wings were covered with dark patterns of golden peonies. It danced in the air like a blossoming peony. Right now, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly was almost transparent. Under the sunlight, his body would emit a mesmerizing golden light. The fluttering scale powder, under the illumination of the light, was fluttering. Peony petals will appear. As the peony's light and shadow intertwined, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's wings shone under the light. It could refract rainbow-like rays of light. It was just like expensive jewels, like tourmaline. At the same time, on the head of the yellow jadeite golden butterfly, the tentacles weaved into the shape of a crown. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan was certain. The yellow jadeite golden butterfly evolved in the direction of the tourmaline emperor butterfly. Furthermore, the evolution had already been completed. It would be like this. It was because the yellow jadeite golden butterfly had maintained its original mutation. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius True data. He was investigating the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. Fey name, Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly Spirit Species, Chrysalis/Chrysalis, Fey Grade, Diamond 1/10, Fey Type, Metal Fey Quality, Fantasy II Skills Frowny Face Wing Block, condenses a hard metal on the wings to block. When blocking, there is a certain chance that the blocked force will be reflected back. Golden Seal Shield, quickly attach to the target and condense a yellow jade omnidirectional shield that can follow the target's movements. Atomized butterfly powder. Flap the wings and scatter the butterfly powder on the butterfly wings. The butterfly powder can protect the target and isolate natural elements. At the same time, it can replenish the metal energy for the metal-type Fey. Butterfly's illusion possesses a target of the same element as the user. If the target is an ally, the user can transfer metal energy to the target, giving the target the ability to fly and a temporary shield. If the target is an enemy, the corresponding metal energy in the target's body will be locked, and the target will be vulnerable. Butterfly Wing Sacrifice uses a part of the butterfly wings to increase the temporary toughness of shield-type abilities. The longer the toughness is increased, the more the consumption of the butterfly wings. Golden Seal Revival Shield casts a sturdy shield over the target. As the shield is continuously attacked, the shield's effects will weaken. When the life form protected by the shield loses its life force, the shield will absorb this lost life force to recharge. Exclusive skill Frowny Face Counterattack Tremor. When attacked, a portion of the damage will be reflected back in the form of an energy tremor. regardless of whether it is a physical attack or a magical attack. Shield explosion counterattack. Shatter all the shields on the target's body. At the same time, the shield will condense the greatest attack that it can withstand into a single strike, causing huge damage. Lin Yuan realized that the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's name had become the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly. It had become the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly. The Golden Emperor Butterfly was an extremely noble existence among the butterfly species phase. If it could take another step forward, it could reach the height of the Nirvana butterfly and slaughter sky butterfly bloodlines. Right now, the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's Fey type had not changed. It was still metal type. The phase grade had evolved from its original grade to the current Diamond I/Fantasy 3. The Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's normal ability, Wing Block, and elite ability, Golden Seal Shield, had not changed. The silver ability, Atomized Butterfly Powder. When the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly flapped its butterfly wings, the scale powder turned into a golden rose rain. It had the effect of group defense and support. The defense was useful against all phases of the same element. It could isolate natural elements. On the battlefield, this ability was equivalent to weakening the strength of phase that relied on elements to fight. It was also effective against friendly units. However, apart from the target protected by the atomized butterfly powder, apart from being affected, Chu Ci could freely control the coverage of the atomized butterfly powder. The atomized butterfly powder's support ability was to charge other metal-type phase. The Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowl was a metal-type Fey, under the effect of the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's silver ability, Atomized Butterfly Powder. Not only did it increase his defense, but it was also equivalent to carrying a portable power bank. No wonder Chu Ci said that the little gold nugget could help the little iron nugget increase its stamina. The Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's gold rank skill, Butterfly Transformation, further illustrated this point. When the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly attached itself to the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowl, the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly was able to convert its own metal attribute energy into metal energy. It was quickly transmitted to the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowl. If the atomized butterfly powder was a slow-working power bank, then the atomized butterfly powder was a slow-working power bank. The current butterfly's metamorphosis was equivalent to directly absorbing the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's butterfly energy. The Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowl suffered the same fate. He also gave the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowl the ability to fly, and a temporary shield. The ability to fly increased the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowl's mobility, increased agility and speed. At the same time, it gave the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowls more combat power. It could also hit flying targets. Currently, the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowls couldn't enter the water. He no longer had any shortcomings in the battle environment. Apart from being able to attach itself to metal-type phase, the butterfly illusion could also be used on the enemy's side. It could also attach to the enemy's metal-type Fey. The Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's metal energy was sealed. It also had an injury vulnerability effect, although this kind of control ability had its limits. But with the previous effects, it allowed the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's gold ability, Butterfly Illusion. It could definitely be called an exquisite skill. This ability was a perfect match with the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bowl. Chapter 16:10. If a spirit chi professional wanted to be powerful, he had to be strong. His contracted phase abilities could help each other. This was a very important point to weigh. More often than not, 1 + 1 was greater than 2. It was the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's diamond rank skill, Golden Seal Resurrection Shield. It was an extremely powerful single-target defensive skill. After casting a shield on the target's life force would be drained. The life force that was lost could be used to recharge the shield. To a certain extent, It was the same as doubling the phase damage tolerance. Among the single-target defensive abilities that Lin Yuan had seen, there were many defensive abilities. He could be considered an extremely outstanding existence. Platinum skill, butterfly wings sacrifice. By sacrificing part of one's butterfly wings, increases the toughness of the shield. Toughness referred to the defensive capabilities of the shield. It could be said that the Golden Emperor Butterfly was the one that Lin Yuan was most satisfied with among all of Chu Si's phase. Forming a contract with the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly was more like a girl. Back when the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull was still an Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. Because Chu Si had participated in the All-Star Challenge competition, she was called the Iron Bull Princess. Even if the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull was a lot more attractive than the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull, it still couldn't compare to the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. However, even if she changed her title, she would only change it to Silver Ox Princess, putting aside the fact that it was as unpleasant as the Iron Ox Princesses. It was also very likely that people would think the wrong way. The Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly was a pure defense-type fae, making Chu Si's combat style reckless. However, he was accepted by the team very well. All of the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's shields, as well as its increased toughness, the effects of his exclusive skills, Tremor Counterattack, and Shield Explosion Counterattack, were enhanced. Chu Si's big eyes sparkled as she stared at him. He looked like he was waiting for praise. Lin Yuan was not stingy with his praise. Chu Si, you're amazing. With my current strength, I can even rank in the top 20 if I participate in the Radiance Sequence 100 selection. Chu Si's strength had risen to such a level in such a short time. He could imagine that Chu Si had gone out to train during this period of time. Just how tough was it? Right now, Chu Si really needed praise to gain a sense of satisfaction. Only one person could obtain sufficient satisfaction after working hard. Only then could he work harder to accomplish his goals. Moreover, what Lin Yuan said now was not empty talk. Chu Si's strength had indeed reached such a level. Upon hearing that, Chu Si pouted. He said with some disappointment, "Teacher doesn't allow me to participate in this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection. Otherwise, I would be able to fight alongside you." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's heart jumped. He was extremely grateful to Tsangyu. If Chu Si really signed up and participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, given Chu Si's strength, it was impossible for her to be eliminated. When he reached the arena, Lin Yuan realized that Chu Si had appeared. He would do his best to eliminate her as soon as possible. As an elder brother, he could take any risk he wanted. However, no matter what, Lin Yuan would not allow a 16-year-old to do so. Chu Si, who had yet to reach adulthood, was in danger. Chu Si was still underage. After their parents passed away, Lin Yuan had to be a brother. To ensure Chu Si's safety, when she came of age, she could participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Even the selection of the Radiance envoys. Even if he really had to sacrifice himself for Hui Yao, that was her own choice after she came of age. Lin Yuan would smile and be proud of her. Then he would take his revenge. But now, Lin Yuan would not allow Chu Si to experience such a dangerous situation. If there was something, he still had to be her elder brother. Since Tsangyu had stopped Chu Si, Lin Yuan did not say anything more to her. Instead, he took out the acne crystal muscle that he had prepared for his sister's transformation plan. Now, there was the successful Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly. It allowed Lin Yuan's plan to transform his sister to have a milestone progress. Seeing Lin Yuan take out the acne crystal muscle, Chu Si let out a cry. Chu Si was not a creation master and could not see the acne crystal muscle's abilities and exclusive skills. However, it was hard not to like the acne crystal muscle in terms of appearance. when Lin Yuan had chosen the Acme crystal muscle for Chu Si. In fact, it was not only because of the Acme crystal muscle's exclusive specialization. At the same time, it was also because of the Acme crystal muscle's excellent abilities. While the Iron Thorn Cross shield defended, it would shoot out thorns when attacked. When the thorns hit the opponent's body, it could apply the bloodthirsty excitement effect to the opponent. It could work well with the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull. It could apply the Berserk effect to the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull. When it touched the enemy target, it could charm the enemy. It could make the enemy target feel love and reduce their desire to fight. The Silver Foam Crystal Shield could be used on a group to increase the overall defense. It could also apply multiple layers on a target, although the defense effect was not strong. It could be linked with the Golden Seal Emperor Butterfly's exclusive skill, Shield Explosion Counterattack. It could increase the lethality when the shield exploded. Lin Yuan said to Chu Si, "This is a new fei I prepared for you. This is a new fei that I prepared for you. It happens to be very compatible with the willpower rune that you comprehended. This pink crystal muscle has been upgraded to bronze level 10, legendary quality. You can contract it right now." Upon hearing that, Chu Si gave Lin Yuan a big hug. Then, she used her spiritual energy to contract this Acme crystal muscle. After the contract, Chu Si flipped her hand. A pinkish-purple flower sword appeared in Chu Si's hand. She swung out a series of sword flowers, like peach shadows swaying in the air. Chu Si could now release the Acme crystal muscle's abilities by swinging the sword. At the same time, the weapons that the Acme crystal muscle transformed into were very sharp and hard. When Chu Si slashed out, she could attack with the same grade as the Acme crystal muscle. Chu Si did not immediately use the willpower rune to combine with the Acme crystal muscle. Instead, she wanted to familiarize herself with the usage of the Acme crystal muscle's abilities. Then, she would promote the Acme crystal muscle into a fantasy breed. Only by improving step by step would she be able to lay a more solid foundation. Lin Yuan held Chu Si's hand like when she was young. He left the breeding room. He was going to the inner palace to have dinner with the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, and Mystic Moon. At the same time, a girl next door with glasses on her face. She was wearing a gray robe. She was tightly holding a book with a black cover. She tilted her head and seemed to be thinking about something. In an instant, the inside of the girl next door's eyes. Fine scar angiography appeared on the skin. These scar images only appeared for a moment before fading away. At that moment, a member of the spirit guard saw this little girl. He walked over and asked, "You can't play casually here. You can't fool around here. Where are your parents? If you get lost, I'll send you home." While speaking, the spirit guard squatted down. He was waiting for the little girl to answer. At that moment, the spirit guard saw a strange smile on the little girl's face. Chapter 16:11. Ever since something happened to the whale ocean trading, after Night Leaning Moon and Lin Yuan settled the whale ocean trading situation, she immediately ordered the spirit guards to seal off the whale ocean trading's old residence. They were going to wait for the Radiance 100 sequence to end. They were going to dig 3 feet into the ground and explore. Then, they would completely erase the whale ocean trading's old residence. These spirit guards were sent to guard this place. All of them were elites among the spirit guards. Their strength might not have reached king class, but the most basic thing was that each of them had a platinum fei. Previously, many people had come to the Whale Ocean Trading's main residence to inquire about information. The Whale Ocean Trading was the Radiant Sect's pinnacle faction. The Whale Ocean Trading was a veteran faction that cooperated with the top faction. There were even many rising factions that relied on the Whale Ocean Trading to make a living. These faction members had come to investigate the situation. They had been sent away by the spirit guards. However, there had never been a little girl like this who was alone. She had appeared nearby. Therefore, this patrolling spirit guard had immediately. He thought that the little girl had lost her way. He did not have too much vigilance. But when this spirit guard saw the strange smile on the little girl's face, his expression suddenly changed. He thought to himself that he had been too careless. Such a smile was evil and gloomy. It carried a disregard for life and a careless mockery. It was definitely not something that a young girl in the prime of her youth would reveal. But before this spirit guard could pull away, he then realized that the belt around his waist was being held tightly by the girl. This girl's hand seemed to have endless power. No matter how this spirit guard pulled, he could not pull this delicate little hand away. Just as the spirit guard wanted to shout for his companions around, suddenly he felt as though something had drilled into his body. It was growing wantonly in his body. This thing was strangling his throat, every joint, even the blood. At that moment, this spirit guard heard the girl's extremely innocent tone. "Big brother, you are so nice. Since you are so nice, why don't you lend me your body first?" This inexplicable and horrifying sentence caused the spirit guard to not even have the ability to blink his eyes. When the spirit guard felt as though something was about to pry open his brain, this spirit guard lost his consciousness forever. On the side, the people who saw this scene only felt that a man was squatting on the ground, lovingly helping a little girl solve a problem. It was peaceful and beautiful. At this moment, the man squatting on the ground suddenly stepped forward. He immediately hugged the black secret tome that was in the girl's arms, and the gray robe the girl was wearing. In the next second, the girl completely disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared before. The spirit guard stood up and returned to his original post. It was as if it had discovered something. He was still patrolling according to the previous patrol route. He met a few of his colleagues. They also responded to their colleagues' greetings with familiarity. At this moment, Second Page of Revival had completely revealed his identity as a spirit guard. He snuck into the Radiance. In fact, they had already deviated from the Second Page Revival's original plan. The Second Page of Revival wanted to investigate the whale ocean trade, but this was definitely not the time. According to the original plan, the Second Page Revival was going to wait for the Radiance 100 sequence to start. His Holiness Hui Yao's gaze fell on the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission. Let's do this again. What was supposed to be happening now was the handover with the 6-page whipping. Let the 6-page whipping activate the Black Mass Cup. But what made the Second Page Revival depressed was the 6-page whipping actually went missing. He did not meet up according to the original agreement. The Second Page Revival only needed to activate the sacred source life form, the Death Angel. He could rely on the Death Angel's ability to sense the location of the 6-page whipping. However, the Second Page Revival did not dare to do so in the Radiance's royal capital, because once he did so, when he sensed the location of the 6-page whipping, he would definitely be detected by the Holiness of the Radiance Federation. Moreover, when the Second Page Revival came to the Radiance Federation and found that the 6-page whipping had broken the agreement, there were many Spirit Chi professionals who had secretly devoured the Radiance Federation. After chewing and tasting these souls, the Second Page Revival knew. A few Hall Masters of the Heaven-Blessed Dojo had been to the Radiance Federation a few days ago. The Second Page Revival could not guarantee anything now. Whether the Heaven-Blessed Dojo's people had all left, the Second Page Revival was confident to go head-to-head with the Holiness of the Radiance Federation. However, if too many experts joined in the Second Page, Revival relied on that existence. He could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed. The second page, revival cursed in his heart. Damn the 5 pages of truth. He made a mortal enemy of the blessed dojo, yet he ran to the Deep Vendor Federation. Even the Tower of Truth was taken away. If the dojo masters of the blessed dojo were still in Huiyao, if he showed himself, those stubborn dojo masters would die. They would definitely transfer their hatred for the 5 pages of truth to him. Right now, because of 6 pages of whipping, he was nowhere to be found. The plan to revive the second page was a complete mess. At the same time, it forced the second page of revival to come up with a new plan. He planned to investigate the old residents of the Whale Ocean Trading Company first. Let's see if we can find any news about Gardner Konjak Ramets and Child Ramets. Next, he eliminated the 6 pages whip and went to make contact with the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission. A ferocious look slowly appeared in second page of Revival's eyes. Lord Scarlet's plan was ruined by 6 page's disappearance. It might even affect Lord Ingzhu's awakening. Lord Ingzhu was an important part of the Pagoda Canon's 100-year plan, the awakening of the hibernating. 6 pages whip even dared to influence this kind of thing. It seemed that in the past 200 years, only the Destiny page had died. It was time to change the 6th page. The spirit suppressing guards were on duty every 2 hours. The guards inside and outside the old residence of the Whale Ocean Trading Company would rotate. The second page of Revival was waiting for this opportunity. The night grew darker. A member of the Spirit Guard walked alone on the streets of the Radiance Night Market. The gazes of the passers-by, many of them landed on this Spirit Guard. There were also a few vendors who took the initiative to sell the things they sold. For example, some fruit tea, smoothies, barbecue, and other night snacks. They took the initiative to give them to the Spirit Guard. The ding scar in second page of Revival's eyes was covered with white eyeballs. Under the night sky, it was not obvious, but second page of Revival knew that the time limit of this body was up. Second page of Revival ignored the vendors who were holding food and wanted to give it to him. He immediately flashed and ran toward an empty alley. In the underground palace, second page of Revival smelled a trace of Di Wanmi's aura. This aura was mixed with the smell of Gardner Konjak. At the same time, second page of Revival also found a small section of the rotting flesh ginseng, a sacred source life form. This section of ginseng was embedded in the wall. End of this chapter, chapter 16:12. Through this small piece of ginseng root, the second page of Revival could confirm. Di Wanmi was already dead. Second page Revival did not expect the Radiance Federation to be so bold. He had personally gotten rid of Di Wanmi, a living Class 5 creation master. Second page of Revival had subconsciously made up his mind. The ramets and seeds of the Gardner Konjak had fallen into the hands of the Radiance Federation's lord. Since that was the case, he wanted to use the soft approach. He couldn't take it anymore. If he wanted to take back the ramets and seeds of the Gardner's Konjak, he had to seize Huiyao's lifeline. Huiyao had no choice but to take out the ramets and seeds of the Gardner's Konjak, to trade with him. A moment later, a girl next door in a gray robe appeared, holding a black book in her hands. He walked towards the residence of the Freedom Federation's diplomatic mission. At this time, a burly man with an incomparably righteous appearance. He was currently in the Spirit Food Pavilion, gorging on sweet and sour pork ribs, ham pan-fried matsutake, chrysanthemum, and squirrel fish. He was also drinking the Spirit Food Pavilion's signature liquor. He had a satisfied look on his face. Many people's gazes fell on this burly man. The burly man's righteous face made it hard for people to harbor ill feelings towards him. They would often subconsciously leave their goodwill to this burly man. At this moment, a middle-aged woman wearing jewelry appeared. He was playing with a string of top-grade jadeite in his hand. He sat in front of the burly man's table. She winked and said, "Do you mind if I sit here and have a few drinks with you?" As she spoke, she took out an elemental pearl. With a flick of his finger, the elemental pearl fell into the burly man's wine cup. Seeing this scene, the surrounding men couldn't help but feel envious. Feng Ro was an advanced Class 2 creation master. Feng Luan was the daughter of an advanced Class 4 creation master. After Feng Luan's death, Feng Ro received a huge inheritance. Furthermore, Feng Ro was a Class 2 creation master. He had his own capital to make money. Over the years, he had spent a lot of money to attract outstanding members of the opposite sex. This man with a face full of righteousness must have been targeted by Feng Ro. When Feng Ro had her eyes on someone, she wouldn't use force. However, she would continue to pester him. If someone really went home with Feng Ro within a week, then Feng Ro would appear in the Spirit Food Pavilion again and flirt around. It couldn't be helped. With an inheritance, one could be willful. Otherwise, even if Feng Ro was a Class 2 creation master, he could no longer afford such a luxurious life. Buy the latest fashions home. Then, Feng Ro personally added precious gemstones as accessories. And the more, the better. With such vulgar nobility, it was hard to increase the Fae's strength every day. The distressed spirit Chi professional shifted his gaze. Who didn't like rich women? Moreover, she was a rich woman who was willing to spend money on a man. An elemental pearl. How envious! The expression on the man's face was so righteous. Just when the crowd thought that the man was about to reject the offer with righteous words, a voice suddenly rang out. The man said, "Madam, from the first moment I saw you, I've already fallen deeply in love with you. You are like an epiphyllum blooming at midnight." As he spoke, everyone saw the man raise his wine glass. It fell into his palm. Then he took the elemental pearls. He quickly put it into his pocket. This kind of action that didn't mean what he said was completely wretched. But this man had a righteous face and acted like this. But it was hard for people to feel disgusted. Feng Ro didn't expect that she would hunt for beauties. She actually succeeded so quickly. Just based on this man's appearance, she would have to be attracted for at least 2 weeks. Feng Ro stood up and said, "Why don't we order some food to go home?" As soon as Feng Ro finished speaking, her hand, which was full of rings, was held by the man. "Beautiful madam, let me serve you when you go home." Feng Ro and the man walked out of the Spirit Food Pavilion side by side. She didn't see the flash of playfulness in the man's eyes. At that moment, the man's eyes were like a butcher's. In the man's eyes, Feng Ro was like a white rabbit that could be pulled out and slaughtered at any time. The man looked at the night sky on the horizon. He silently revealed a complicated smile. His other palm gently flipped in the night sky. A pure black crystal cup flickered with a misty gray mist. It appeared in the man's hand. The man's fingers gently spun. This black crystal cup gently rotated on the man's fingertips. The gray mist condensed at the mouth of the cup and didn't dissipate. It carried an ominous aura. The man sighed in his heart. "It seems that I have a place to go these few days. The second page of Revival. I want to see the crimson page that will replace the first page of Fate. Why should I be addressed as Lord? As the 8th page of the Pagoda Canon, is there a secret in the Pagoda Canon that I don't know? If that's the case, why do I have to make these 6 meaningless pages? Let's see if I can use Hui Yao as a knife in my next plan. Dig out the bottom of the crimson page. If the crimson page doesn't come, then the second page of Revival will die. After you die, Will there be a new person to replace the second page? After dinner, Lin Yuan didn't stay in the Radiant Moon Palace. Chu Xiai originally wanted to go back to the manor with Lin Yuan, but Cold Moon asked her to stay. The Radiance 100 sequence was about to begin. Cold Moon didn't want Chu Xiai to be too distracted in these few days. Lin Yuan was too distracted. On the way back to the distant manor, Xue Shuo crawled out of Lin Yuan's hair. He leaped to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered, "Lin Yuan, I just finished talking with the Moon Empress. When you are competing with the Freedom Federation's diplomatic corps, I will still be like this, hiding in your hair. But remember, in a normal battle with the Freedom Federation's envoy, even if you lose, I won't make a move." Lin Yuan muttered to himself for a moment. Then he asked, "Uncle Xue, do you think that the Freedom Federation's envoy might cheat?" Xue Shuo shook his head. "As long as it's something that the younger generation can do, I don't need to go through so much trouble. The pagoda cannon hasn't shown up yet. The Moon Empress predicted that the pagoda cannon will collude with the Freedom Federation's envoy." Lin Yuan was slightly startled from what Xue Shuo said during the competition. Hiding in his hair was still the Moon Empress idea. Although Xue Shuo could guarantee that he wouldn't make a move during a normal battle, but if the Freedom Federation's envoy found out about this, it was very likely that he would be criticized. They might even make a fuss about this matter in public opinion. It could be seen that the Moon Empress was really worried about his safety. Lin Yuan didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition recently. At this moment, Lin Yuan's face suddenly revealed a joyful expression, because Lin Yuan felt that inside the spirit-locked spatial zone, the floating island whale's eggshell had actually cracked. Lin Yuan immediately said to Xue Shuo, "Uncle Xue, accompany me to the outskirts of the royal capital first. No matter what you see later, don't be surprised." Chapter 16:13. Upon hearing that, Xue Shuo could not help but smile. In this world, there was nothing that could surprise him. There really wasn't much. Lin Yuan was the only one who had said that he could collect the Jade Gui's soul. He wanted to revive Yu Gui's soul and awaken the memories of his previous life. Xue Qing had said that the sacred source life form could help Yu Gui create a new body. That was why Xue Shuo was shocked. That was because it allowed a dead life to be reborn, regardless of whether it was a soul, or reborn in the form of a physical body. It was beyond Xue Shuo's understanding. Big Sister Ziqing had reached a level above the eternal realm. None of them possessed such an ability. Otherwise, with the relationship between Big Sister Ziqing and Jade Gui, Elder Sister Ziqing will definitely bring Jade Gui back to life, even at the cost of her own life. Xue Shuo had seen Xue Qing's sacred source life form. Xue Shuo discovered that it was actually the one who had led the rebirth of the Jade Gui's body. It was not the sacred source life form, the myriad medicine spring. Instead, it was the one that Lin Yuan had released that could trigger the genetic model. It was life energy that allowed the body to regenerate according to the genetic model. As Xue Shuo was thinking about this, he was teleported by Lin Yuan through the ethereal jellyfish's ability node in the blink of an eye. He was teleported to the outskirts of the kingdom. This was once the place where endless summer had advanced to become a creation breed. The originally barren land had now completely turned into a forest. Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned the floating island whale embryo. The floating island whale embryo was now full of water and wind elements, as well as spirit chi. From the moment the eggshell cracked open, the floating island whale embryo stopped absorbing pure spirit energy, water elemental energy, and wind elemental energy. Once the floating island whale broke the eggshell, it would hatch. Upon seeing what Lin Yuan had summoned, Xue Shuo tried to identify it. He recognized that it was an island whale. Moreover, this island whale was in the process of hatching. Spirit Chi professionals searched for island whale embryos in the depths of the sea and hatched them. The heaven-blessed mansion was already aware of this behavior. Could it be that Lin Yuan was afraid that I would be surprised and that it was just an island whale? He was underestimating himself too much. But soon, after Xue Shuo observed the island whale embryo, he actually discovered that this island whale embryo did not only contain water elemental energy. At the same time, it also contained an equal amount of wind elemental energy. How could wind elemental energy appear in an island whale embryo? Looking at the color of the island whale embryo, it was not blue but cyan. Xue Shuo's expression turned solemn. At the same time, Xue Shuo was extremely surprised. Xue Shuo could already be sure that the island whale in Lin Yuan's hands was not an ordinary island whale. It must be a mutated island whale. At this moment, a melodious whale cry rang out. Cracking sounds could be heard from the cracks on the island whale's eggshell. It was as if there was something inside that wanted to break the eggshell. Lin Yuan could sense the little fellow in the eggshell through his bloodline. It was constantly calling out to him. After strengthening the bloodline connection several times, Lin Yuan and this floating island whale were already equivalent. They had become blood relatives. Lin Yuan encouraged the little fellow. Take it slow, there's no rush. Slowly adapt to the power in my body. Don't rely on brute force. Use the power in your body to break the eggshell. You can come out. Lin Yuan might not be a traditional creation master, but he had grasped the knowledge through intelligence. Lin Yuan knew the hatching of an island whale was an extremely important step in its growth. If it was up to a human to help the island whale open the eggshell. In fact, it did not cause much harm to the island whale. However, the eggshell that was touched by other life forms would quickly lose its energy. For island whales, the eggshell of an embryo was like an egg. It was the most important energy replenishment after birth. It could help the island whale break through quickly. As long as this floating island whale grew to Diamond X/Legend, it would be able to survive. They could easily comprehend their own willpower runes from the world. It was promoted to a myth breed. It didn't need to comprehend the willpower rune bit by bit like other fays. This was probably heaven and earth's love for creatures like the island whale. After the island whale hatched, its body size would not be that huge. It was only about 2 or 3 meters. It was just the right size to curl up inside the eggshell. Only when it became a fantasy breed would its body expand rapidly. From its original petite body, it suddenly grew to a giant that was thousands of meters long. The floating island whale was no exception. Under normal circumstances, the island whale would eat its own eggshell after hatching. They could directly advance from the normal rank all the way to the silver rank. The hatching of the island whale was a huge project. Cultivation was also a huge project. However, Lin Yuan was not worried about nurturing them. The current spirit lock spatial zone was 960 square meters. Before the floating island whale became a fantasy breed, it was enough for it to flop around in the spirit lock spatial zone. The pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone could be said to be inexhaustible. After all, things like energy ores could be obtained as much as one wanted. Given the current spirit chi concentration in the spirit lock spatial zone, the speed at which the azure elemental shellfish produced the wind elemental heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, and the speed at which the aquamarine elemental shellfish produced the water-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. It was almost as fast as the mother of bloodbath's eating speed. Moreover, Lin had provided 30 young elemental shellfish. As long as the floating island whale hatched, Lin Yuan was confident that within 3 months, he would let the floating island whale reached Diamond X/Legend. After comprehending the willpower rune, he would advance toward a myth breed. At that time, the real Sky City could be built. The whale's cries resounded throughout the wilderness. It attracted many fays. Upon seeing this, Shweshua used his aura to prop up a shield. Shweshua wanted to take a look at this unique island whale embryo. What kind of island whale would it hatch? On the other hand, he was also secretly guarding against possible enemies. The current Radiance was in troubled times. It was unknown how many factions were lying in wait in the dark. The Freedom Federation and the Azure Federation gathered in the Radiance Federation. A battle between the three major federations was about to unfold. The Mother Goddess Federation, the Sand Continent Federation, the Storm Federation, the Ancient Abyss Federation, the Extreme Ice Federation, and the other 36 federations had Class 5 Creation Masters. It was impossible for them not to look at the Radiance Federation. At that moment, a series of whale cries echoed from the eggshell. Every time the floating island whale struggled with all its might, there would be more cracks on the eggshell. At that moment, the eggshell let out a crisp sound. A basketball-sized fragment was peeled off from the island whale embryo. It landed on the ground and emitted a faint green light. The little fellow in the eggshell seemed to see the dawn of victory. One after another, it crashed into this hole. Finally, it struggled to get out of the eggshell. The island whale followed the nature of phase to want to become stronger. The moment it was born, it would often devour its own eggshell. However, the floating island whale did not. Instead, it hugged Lin Yuan as soon as it hatched. It wagged its tail and shook its back at Lin Yuan. Chapter 16:14. It was as if it was telling Lin Yuan, "Come on my back. I'll take you for a ride." Shweshua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in shock. What's going on? Since when can the island whale fly? Shweshua finally knew the wind energy in the eggshell. What exactly was going on? It was this wind energy that made an island whale that should belong to the sea. It became a life form that faced the sky. The island whale was only in the water, and the floating island whale was amphibious. The meaning was completely different. The floating island whale had just hatched and should not have such high intelligence. Intelligence could dominate a Fae's thoughts. It would let this Fae know how to improve itself. The extremely strong intelligence proved that this island whale. There was also the possibility of continuous mutation. It was even possible that it would become a favored spirit in the future. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the floating island whale's head. He found that the touch of the floating island whale's head, it was fundamentally different from flesh and blood. It was like touching jade. The floating island whale was most similar to a blue whale among the creatures Lin Yuan had seen in his previous life. However, its body was not as long and narrow as a blue whale. Its back was very broad and not bloated at all. Due to its mutation, the floating island whale's wings were 3 times larger than an ordinary island whale's. Compared to the large-winged whale's wings, they were proportionally larger. They were 1 size larger. Lin Yuan whispered to the floating island whale that kept trying to get close to him. "I still remember before you hatched. Is that the name I gave you? You, go eat the eggshell first. After that, I'll take you to see your new home that can help you grow quickly." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the floating island whale stretched out its fin and hugged him for a moment. Then it leaned over gracefully, opened its mouth, held the eggshell, and chewed. During this process, Lin Yuan could feel the floating island whale's aura was constantly rising. Suddenly, a choice of 3 appeared. This proved that the floating island whale had swallowed the eggshell. Its grade had reached Elite X/Epic, and it was already evolving towards the bronze level. Lin Yuan checked the 3 exclusive skills that the floating island whale had obtained after reaching bronze. At present, Lin Yuan was extremely cautious. As a fae, the floating island whale also had abilities and exclusive skills. The difference in exclusive skills would affect the floating island whale's future development. There was a huge difference. This was the reason why there were different grades of island whales. They were all adult island whales, and some of them were rated as S-class in terms of strategic significance. However, the strategic significance of some island whales was only grade B. The difference was the difference between skills and exclusive skills. This showed the importance of abilities and exclusive skills to an island whale. Among the 3 exclusive skills, the first exclusive skill was giant whale's body. By absorbing more energy, one's body will exceed the limit of one's original size and grow toward a larger size. This exclusive skill was an S-rank exclusive skill for the island whale. Although it would consume more energy and invest more resources, it would still take more energy. But as long as enough energy and resources were invested, it would not be a problem. It was the island whale with the exclusive skill giant whale body. It could enlarge the body of the original island whale by 1/3. If it was a small ant, it would be 1/3 bigger. It was almost impossible to see the changes with the naked eye. A giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 100 meters was enlarged by 1/3. Its wingspan was only about 30 meters. However, it was not difficult for an adult floating island whale to grow to 30 to 50,000 meters. The artificially bred island whales were originally larger than the island whales in the natural world. If it was an adult island whale that was 90,000 meters long, it had the exclusive skill giant whale's body. It could increase its body length by 30,000 meters out of thin air. While the body length increased, its back would also be 1/3 wider. This was equivalent to doubling the area of the island whale's back. The purpose of the island whale was to transport supplies. An island whale that had doubled in size could be used as 2 island whales. Moreover, the larger the island whale was, the heavier its body was, the greater its weight. When the floating island whale attacked its target, it mainly relied on its body to hit the target. It was like being hit by a small car or being hit by a large truck. They were 2 completely different concepts. The increase in size increased the floating island whale's offensive and defensive abilities. A larger body could store more island whale's fat. The island whale's fat was used to travel in the ocean. However, it could not be eaten or drunk. The increase in the island whale's fat reserves was equivalent to increasing its mobility. This was also why the exclusive skill, giant whale's body, it could be rated as an S-grade exclusive skill. It could be said that no matter what the remaining 2 exclusive skills were, just the exclusive skill, giant whale's body, was for the floating island whale to choose from. The floating island whale's development would definitely not be bad. Lin Yuan was very tempted by the exclusive skill, giant whale's body. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately confirm this exclusive skill. Instead, he continued to explore the next exclusive skill, pilot whale lord, able to spontaneously lead other island whales when roaming in the sea and gain the trust of other island whales, able to increase the group's movement speed when swimming in a group. The moment he saw the exclusive skill, pilot whale lord, Lin Yuan could not help but reach out and slap his thigh. Pilot whale lord was an exclusive skill that all the major federations dreamed of. When each federation cultivated island whales, they hoped to be able to cultivate an island whale with the exclusive skill, pilot whale lord. Pilot whale lord did not have much improvement to the island whale's ability. However, it could allow this island whale to become a dominator. It could become a dominator. An expert would lead an island whale with the exclusive skill, pilot whale lord, to cruise in the ocean. there was a great chance to harvest an entire group of island whales. Moreover, an island whale with the exclusive skill Pilot Whale Lord could lead a group of whales. The increase in the group's speed was about 1/10. Every time the island whale transported goods, the price would be as high as 1 trillion. In other words, an island whale with the exclusive skill Pilot Whale Lord. It would lead a group of whales to transport goods 10 times. It was equivalent to obtaining an additional profit from the whale group trade. It was precisely because of this that the exclusive skill Pilot Whale Lord had a strategic grade of S+. Its significance surpassed the exclusive skill Giant Whale's Body. Logically speaking, the appearance of an exclusive skill like Pilot Whale Lord must be rare. However, the exclusive skill Pilot Whale Lord did not match Lin Yuan's positioning of the floating island whale. Although the floating island whale could also enter the water, it could roam in the sea like an island whale. However, the floating island whale that held up the Sky City basically had no chance to enter the water. There were no other island whales in the sky that could let the floating island whale pilot. Lin Yuan did not intend to change his positioning of the floating island whale. If he let the floating island whale enter the water because of the appearance of the exclusive skill Pilot Whale Lord, it would be a waste of the floating island whale, a mutation that should not have appeared in the world. Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there's an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 16:15. If he really had to choose, he would not hesitate to choose the first exclusive skill, Giant Whale Body. Thinking of this, he was no longer conflicted. Instead, he checked the floating island whale's third exclusive skill. His eyes widened when he saw it. This exclusive skill was not recorded in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. It was not recorded in the Island Whale secret case. Looking at the introduction of this exclusive skill, Li Xian was certain. This exclusive skill had appeared because the island whale had mutated into a floating island whale. Floating Island Mystic Realm. Open up a special space in the whale's abdomen by devouring wind elemental energy. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space in the whale's abdomen. However, the largest area will not exceed twice the size of the body. By devouring water elemental energy, the flesh will be filled with a powerful fusion ability. It can take any living or non-living things into the fat layer of the whale's skin and use it to nourish these living or non-living things. The higher the purity of the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability of the flesh and blood. The Floating Island Mystic Realm's exclusive skill used wind and water elemental energy. There was no wind elemental energy in an ordinary island whale's body. After the floating island whale flew into the sky, Lin Yuan actually did not need the floating island whale itself. How strong were their attacks and defenses? Whether it was blue, which had transformed into water, it was still relying on absorbing the aura released by the plant fae. The favored spirit, which was constantly getting stronger, was gray. It could protect the island whale very well. Moreover, the artificially cultivated island whale had a true defensive means. It was often the guardian fae on its back. It had a strong sense of tower defense. Lin Yuan was interested in the first exclusive skill, Giant Whale Body. This was because the first exclusive skill, Giant Whale Body, could increase the size of the floating island whale's back. He wanted to build a new sky city on the floating island whale's back. The larger the area of the floating island whale's back, the better. If the floating island whale chose the exclusive skill, Floating Island Mystic Realm, it could open up a mystic realm in its abdomen with wind elemental energy. To some extent, it was equivalent to increasing the area of the floating island whale's back. It was like living in a flat floor. I live in a 2-story building. Although the area is different, but our actual use area is the same. The floating island whale needs to be hidden in the air. If the floating island whale could get more space without increasing its body size, it would be much better. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Yuan. After all, the bigger the body, the easier it was to become a target. Gray Ash wanted to completely envelop the floating island whale. He would definitely face a lot of pressure. In addition, the secret realm in the whale's belly was a hidden space. Whether it was storing supplies or making some other arrangements, doing it in the whale's belly was definitely safer than doing it on the floating island whale's back. At that time, he could be in the whale's belly. He used the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill, Space Tunnel. Build a passage from the underground space of return from Faraway Manor to the belly of the floating island whale. It could be said that the floating island mystic realm had opened up an abdominal space. There were pros and cons to using the giant whale's body to increase the floating island whale's size. While both sides were increasing the construction area, his exclusive skill, the floating island mystic realm, focused more on concealment. The giant whale's body increased its endurance, offensive and defensive capabilities. An elemental well appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan's preparation of pure wind elemental energy could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Therefore, he was confident that he could expand the floating island whale's abdomen to the maximum. That was twice its size. In that case, the area after choosing the floating island mystic realm, it would be a little larger than choosing the giant whale's body. In addition, the floating island mystic realm had an ability that the giant whale's body could not compare to. It could devour the water elemental energy and turn the floating island whale's flesh and blood into adhesives, building on the floating island whale's back. It was like transplanting the building materials into the floating island whale's flesh and blood. This method would undoubtedly make the buildings built on the floating island whale's back abnormally strong. It was like turning the buildings into a part of the floating island whale's body. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to build on the floating island whale's back, a thick layer of soil was needed on the island whale's back first. Then, the soil would be reinforced. This batch of soil would be tightly attached to the island whale's back. Then, the foundation would be laid on the soil and construction would begin. This construction method made it so that no matter how many reinforcement methods were used, the buildings on the island whale's back could not be guaranteed to be very strong. It was fine when the island whale was swimming steadily on the sea. But when the island whale dived into the water or was attacked, the island whale was not enough to open a shield to protect the buildings on its back. Then these buildings were very likely to be separated from the island whale's body. It was impossible for the floating island whale to fly in the sky as smoothly as it did on the sea. Lin Yuan had been thinking about how to reinforce those 3 whale bones. He could use the whale bones to build on the floating island whale's back. Now, all the problems were easily solved. The buildings grew in the floating island whale's fat layer. Even if the floating island whale did a 360-degree turn in the air, the buildings would not have any possibility of separating. At the same time, the floating island whale could also use the energy in the whale's skin and fat. It could nourish the living or dead things that had fused on its back. If he planted plant phase on the floating island whale's back, these plant phase would grow even faster. The dead things would be on the floating island whale's back. These dead things could also avoid the sun and wind, which would cause the weathering of the materials themselves. At that time, Gray's plant phase could produce weather. A small garden could be built on the island whale's back. Gray could then be bound to the floating island whale in the sky. Lin Yuan suddenly had an idea. If the floating island whale could use this method to absorb spiritual materials, wasn't this the same as sticking a film on a phone? The tempered film would work. Lin Yuan could use spiritual materials at will to modify the floating island whale. For example, he could use the dragon scales of a main dragon species, Fei. He could let the floating island whale absorb them and cover the surface of its body. It could greatly increase the floating island whale's defensive ability. Or he could use the feathers of a wind-type main phoenix species, Fei. He could let the floating island whale's wings absorb them. It could undoubtedly increase the floating island whale's speed. This ability allowed the floating island whale to strengthen itself through external objects. It increased a lot of plasticity. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the exclusive skill floating island mystic realm. It was the best choice to make the floating island whale a floating fortress. It could beat the strategic S-class exclusive skill giant whale body and the S+ class pilot whale lord. Lin Yuan chose the exclusive skill floating island mystic realm without hesitation. It was the floating island whale's exclusive skill. After Lin Yuan made his choice, the floating island whale began to chew on the eggshell to increase its strength. Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there's an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 16:16. During this process, the floating island whale's body kept growing. However, the increase was not large. After growing to about 6 meters in size, it stopped growing. Apparently, the eggshell was also finished chewing. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius True Data. He wanted to see how the floating island whale's skills were. Fei name, floating island whale spirit species, large winged whale / island whale, Fei grade, silver 6/10, Fei type, water/wind, Fei quality, elite skills, frowny face whale blood barrier. By burning one's blood essence, one can form an arc-shaped barrier on one's back that can protect everything on one's back. Water vapor whalebone turns the whalebone into water vapor. Through the water vapor, the whalebone captures the nutrients in the environment and recovers the body's consumption. Whalefish empowerment. Through the blowhole on the top of the head, the energy in the body can be released in an instant and supplied to the object that is fused with the body to replenish energy or repair it. Exclusive skill frowny face floating island secret realm. By devouring wind elemental energy, open up a special space in the whale's belly. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space in the whale's belly. However, the largest area will not exceed twice the size of the whale's body. By devouring the energy of the water element, the flesh and blood will be filled with a powerful fusion ability. Any living or non-living thing can be planted in the fat layer of the whale's skin and used to nourish these living or non-living things. The higher the purity of the water element, the stronger the fusion ability of the flesh and blood. He saw the floating island whale's 3 skills from normal to silver. Lin Yuan could not help but clench his fist tightly. His face was filled with excitement. Normally, the abilities of the island whale's normal and elite skills were fixed. Even if there were changes, the effects wouldn't be much different. Normal skills could produce whale blood barrier, whale blubber barrier, and elemental barrier. Of the 3 types of barriers, the whale blood barrier was the best. The elemental barrier consumed the elemental energy in the island whale's body. The blubber barrier consumed the body fat of the island whale. After these 2 things were used up, they were not as easy to recover as fresh blood. The heart of an adult island whale was bigger than a building. Next to the heart, there were 4 spleens. Every time the heart contracted, the 4 spleens would pump out fresh blood. To some extent, as long as the island whale grew to adulthood, it would not be able to survive. He could treat the active skill, whale blood barrier, as a passive skill. Leaving it on 24 hours a day wouldn't have much of an effect on his body. Instead, it sped up his metabolism. Elite skills usually included strengthened baleen, extended baleen, tentacle baleen, and current baleen. There was no exception to these skills. They were all endurance skills for the island whale to recover its internal energy, whether it was strengthened baleen, extended baleen, or tentacle baleen. None of them had escaped their original limits. It was just that the baleen's filtering ability had been increased. One increases the coverage of the baleen. One is to increase the subjective initiative of the baleen. However, these three skills were completely crushed by the current whalebone. Through the flow of water, the baleen filtered the energy in the surrounding environment. As a result, the floating island whale did not need to frequently open its mouth to filter food. The absorption of energy could be completed. Not only did it enhance the island whale's appearance, but it also enhanced the energy recovery ability in its body. The floating island whale's elite skill, vapor baleen. There was no doubt that it was a replica of the current whalebone. This was because the floating island whale had mastered two types of elemental energy. Therefore, the floating island whale's baleen could be transformed into these two types of elemental energy to filter food. When the water and air elements fused, they could turn into clouds. At that time, the floating island whale could filter the clouds. It could spread the clouds into the area covered by the gray clouds. He could comfortably eat his fill in this area. Usually, the island whale that obtained the current whalebone skill, even if its exclusive skills and other skills were amazing, its strategic level would also be rated up by the judges. This was because the island whale was in the sea. If it did not encounter an emergency, it would consume a lot of energy. It could almost be said to achieve unlimited endurance. There was no need to artificially replenish the island whale's energy midway. The floating island whale's normal and elite skills were obtained. They were all the best choices. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the silver skill, whale spout empowerment. It was a skill that would only be used in an emergency. First, the floating island whale would release the energy in its body in an instant. If it wanted to recover, it would undoubtedly take a long time. The effect of whale spout empowerment depended on the amount of energy in the floating island whale's body. In terms of energy, phase of the same grade. Usually, the larger the phase, the stronger the energy contained in its body. The island whale was the largest existence among all the living beings in the world. The energy in the island whale's body could be said to be abnormally terrifying. It was like a building rooted in the floating island whale's fat layer. When the energy in the floating island whale's body erupted, after the building was damaged, this energy would immediately repair the building. When encountering an enemy, when the island whale faced an enemy, it was like playing a tower defense game. In a positional battle, it mainly relied on elemental attack plant phase. These plant phase relied on elemental energy to attack. Often, after a few attacks, the energy in their bodies would be exhausted. Now, with the supply of whale spout empowerment, the defensive offense on the floating island whale's back could quickly pour out in an instant. It could deal the strongest damage. Building a defensive offense on the island whale's back required a lot of resources. It was a kind of resource consumption that even a federation had to consider. Lin Yuan did not need to think about it. After getting close to the floating island whale, for a while, Lin Yuan stored it in the spirit lock spatial zone. Xue Shuo marveled for a long time before saying to Lin Yuan, this island whale has undergone such a mutation. Lin Yuan, this island whale can definitely be called a heaven and earth mutant for such a mutation. A newly hatched spirit seems to have higher intelligence than an adult island whale. I think if it can encounter some great opportunity, it has a high chance of becoming a spirit of providence. Xue Shuo wanted to continue speaking. However, he did not say the second half of the sentence. It was still unknown whether this floating island whale could become a spirit of providence. Every natural environment now had a heavenly spirit that favored them. It was not impossible for a natural environment to have two kinds of spirits of providence. However, it was very difficult to happen. Normally, even if it happened, it would only be a partial overlap. The spirit of providence that controlled the earth had appeared. The blue lotus also had the tendency to control the power of the four seas, to control the power of the ocean. However, there had never been a spirit of providence that could control the sky. If this floating island whale was really lucky enough to become a spirit of providence, presumably, this floating island whale should belong to the sky. Instant Beast Evolution Quotient. Please bookmark this site so that you can read it online the next time there is an update. Starting to update the mobile version of Do 5. Chapter 16-17. Lin Yuan had just returned to the manor and had yet to return to his room. He received a call from Gao Feng. Gao Feng had been in seclusion during this period of time. He had completely disappeared from the group. Now, Gao Feng was calling him. Gao Feng must have finished increasing his strength. He had contracted a sacred source life form. He picked up the phone. Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's choking voice from the other end of the phone. Lin Yuan, Master has finally let me out. I'm really exhausted during this period of time. I've only been in seclusion for 2 months. Why do I feel like I've been training for 2.5 years? Hearing Gao Feng's words, Lin Yuan's face revealed a smiling expression. Gao Feng was actually quite a hardworking person. In order to increase his strength, find a better team, and participate in the all-star competition. For a long period of time, Gao Feng did additional training. Otherwise, even if he had a chance at the night conference, if he did not work hard, he would not have been able to seize the opportunity. He had become Lord Cicada Cry's disciple. It seemed that during these 2 months, Lord Cicada Cry's discipline towards Gao Feng should be very strict. Gao Feng was going to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. As his disciple, Gao Feng had an unshirkable responsibility. Lord Cicada Cry did not know of his identity as Black. Lin Yuan had not told Gao Feng about this. Lord Cicada Cry had placed the heavy responsibility of fighting against the Freedom Federation's envoy. It was all on Gao Feng. Gao Feng's strength must have reached a new level. Before Lin Yuan could ask about Gao Feng's new situation, Gao Feng continued to speak. Brother, I'm done here. Radiance 100 sequence. All of you might have to come and watch the ceremony. You will definitely be able to see me fight. Lin Yuan heard from Gao Feng's words. He did not hear that it was easy to come out of seclusion after 2 months. Gao Feng's words carried an abnormally heavy feeling. Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's hoarse voice. Brother, if you are not busy, I would like to invite you for a few drinks. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately understood. Why did Gao Feng's words sound so heavy? The reason should be after the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the confrontation with the Freedom Federation's envoy. This was either an inevitable result, or Gao Feng had predicted it himself. Either that, or he was told by the cicadas. In short, Gao Feng had no choice. He had to bear it. This was also after Gao Feng became the disciple of His Holiness, the responsibilities that must be fulfilled. He was about to fight alongside Gao Feng. It was time for Lin Yuan to tell Gao Feng some things. Thus Lin Yuan said, "You've been to my manor before. When you came, the Hidden Dragon Lake hadn't been built yet. Right now, at Hidden Dragon Lake, the pavilion on the Sunshine Monarch Lotus is as bright as day. I'm waiting for you at the Hidden Dragon Lake. I've prepared some wine. Previously, when you used the petals of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus to brew some osmanthus wine with low alcohol content, Lin Yuan originally wanted to take the osmanthus wine. But in the end, Lin Yuan did not take the osmanthus wine. Instead, He chose the flame wine that Zhongzhe had brought over during the gathering. Blazing wine was a strong wine made from fire elemental energy and all kinds of fire elemental spirit materials. When you drink it, you will feel a burning sensation in your throat. In the past, Zhongzhe had always relied on the flame wine to suppress the bad luck in his body. Lin Yuan took the flame wine and walked to the pavilion at the center of the lake. Sensing Lin Yuan's arrival, Little Black jumped out of the water and pounced at Lin Yuan. Every time Lin Yuan came to find Little Black would get his clothes wet. This time, Lin Yuan had the opportunity to quickly let the source sand precipitate the feathers made of day and night spirit silver. He waved his wings. With a turn, he avoided Little Black's position. After the water droplets on Little Black's body were dry, Lin Yuan landed on Little Black's neck and said to Little Black, "Little Black, I'm going to drink with my friends at the pavilion tonight. You should know your place. Don't keep chasing those angelfish of bliss all over the lake." Little Black heard and said in a soft tone, "Okay, Lin Yuan, you drink at the Hidden Dragon Lake. I'll treat it as you accompanying me. I'll have a good sleep at the bottom of the Hidden Dragon Lake." Standing on Little Black's back, Lin Yuan looked at the beautiful scenery of the Hidden Dragon Lake. The Sunshine Monarch lotus absorbed enough sunlight. It was as if there was a sun sinking in the lake. In the water, 7-colored angelfish of bliss swam in schools. It was as if there were rainbows on the side of the sun. On the leaves of the Sunshine Monarch lotus, there were hundreds of pavilions with richly ornamented beams. The pavilions were fragrant with exotic flowers. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a fairyland. Little Black sent Lin Yuan to the pavilion. Lin Yuan, who was standing on the pavilion, didn't wait for long. He saw Gao Feng appear at the edge of the Hidden Dragon Lake. Gao Feng waved his hand at Lin Yuan and didn't need Little Black to pick him up. He waved his hand. He summoned a white hibiscus with a diameter of 3 meters. This white hibiscus was Gao Feng's Fei Breeze hibiscus. Under Lin Yuan's observation, Gao Feng's Breeze hibiscus. It had already been upgraded to Diamond X/Fantasy V. It had reached the peak level of the younger generation experts. The leaves of the Breeze hibiscus swayed and created a breeze. It blew the high wind precisely in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed that the expression on Gao Feng's face was clearly smiling, but in his eyes there was an unconcealable pressure. Lin Yuan simply handed over the flame wine in his hand to Gao Feng and said, "If you want a drink, this is the strong wine I prepared for you. Tonight, I will accompany you in this pavilion for the whole night. If you have anything to say, just say it to me." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Gao Feng reached out and hugged Lin Yuan. Then he gulped down a mouthful of strong wine. This mouthful of wine made Gao Feng's blood clamor. Gao Feng was usually not a person who was good at expressing his feelings. Even if Gao Feng treated Lin Yuan as a brother, usually he would never do such an action like hugging. After drinking the wine, Gao Feng took a deep breath. He said to Lin Yuan, "Let me tell you a story. A boy from birth has always been in the hands of his grandfather. Whatever he wants, he can get. Although his father is unreasonable and his mother is also very strict. But this boy is still able to do as he pleases and do as he pleases. When this boy was young, he didn't make many friends. When he grew up, he made a few good friends. Because of these friends, this boy suddenly got lucky and became the disciple of an expert. This boy has always disapproved of his father, but now he praises him to the sky every day. This boy is very happy, but one day this boy wants to gamble with his life for the glory of the Federation and the identity of the expert's disciple. Speaking of this, Gao Feng took another big mouthful of wine. Then he continued,